let's go. Starting up again in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so here is Dan, our White Mage. You'll see that we have all of our other White Mages taking a nap right now. And for this particular level up, I need to get a Strength point and a Vitality point to pop here. It's a strong level up, so there's also a range of HP values you can get. But I'm preferring to take the Vitality point over any particular entry in that range. So we're going to try and get Strength Vitality. It's a 1 in 16 chance of getting the stat-ups that I want to see there. And we'll take any HP value. Now if this goes on for too long, I might have to give up on that Vitality point. It would hurt, because that's about 6 points of HP permanently lost if we do that. So let's start working on it. We'll decide when our give-up point is. Right now, though, I think we got Optimism and Future ahead of us. So let's see. Dan, did you get the level up that we need? 145 and Ale. Nope. Dan, we'll try again. This is why we get to save right beforehand, so that we can save scum these level ups. And because Ale is guaranteed, agility, intelligence, and luck are all 100% chances of showing up at these particular level, we are going to get to, ideally, the full Savile in order to be able to take this one. Hey there, Shay Wolf. Welcome back to the more White Mage. We will indeed have much White Mage today. We might also have some Dragon Quest IV after a little while here. We're still getting 6. We're going to go level 8 here. And we got a 144 Ale. Level 8 should be the last level up that we need prior to Pirates. So we'll have like 145 hit points, which I believe is enough HP to survive getting those 2 ruses off in order to be able to take the pirate battle on. How long do I think this is going to take? Probably about 25 to 30 hours, the Red Josh. And Murdoch Paul, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying the Dan and Dan's many flaming friends. This one is 144 and Ale again. Keep trying, Dan. Could be that we just don't want to have the left imps. They might be expired. They were pretty ripe when we got them yesterday, so I feel like the left imps were doing decently overall, but maybe the right imps. Maybe the right imps are the right imps to have. Do Agamas prefer strawberry or grape jelly? Zingline, that's an excellent research question. I'm just hoping that they don't like Vegemite. Savile, a 1 in 4 chance here. It's a 1 in 16, the Apollon Afterglow. 148 and Avil. Not good enough. We have a 1 in 4 chance of the S and a 1 in 4 chance of the V for the ones that we want here. Any luck? Welcome in. I am glad that you have been enjoying the show. Hope you've got many more fond memories to come in the future as well. Hey there, Bad Road. That is a strange looking Agama that you've got there. Has there been unlicensed medical experimentation being done on Agamas again? Because I thought we shut down the Melmon Clinic for exactly that reason. Alright, 144 and Sail. It was close. That one could have been a contender. It was the first time that we've seen our strength point. We've gotten 1 strength point and 1 vitality point to show up so far, but not both at the same time, which is what we need. What did we end up settling on for level 6? I think it was a perfect HP Sail is what we took for level 6, Shaywolf. Hey, Skepticon, what have we done so far in our 5 hours? Well, we can beat pretty much everything up through Provoca. I'm just getting the last HP that I need to be able to take out the pirates. And then we will start figuring out how we can do Peninsula Power at this point. Once I beat the pirates, I'll be able to get the copper bracelet, so 3 extra defense. Doesn't really give you that much, but it's something. We'll try and get the Harm 2 spell, and then Peninsula Power may be doable. Alright, this one is 146 and Avel. 2 vitality points, 1 strength point so far. I feel like there is a deep difficulty for this White Mage to get a strength and a vitality point at the same time. We have not had a lot of success. We need the 1 in 16s. I don't know if that is because of the patterns of the RNG table. Whether there just are very, very few back-to-back ones. Like if you have a guaranteed agility, it might make it hard to get both the S and the V. Whereas if you have a non-guaranteed agility, you've got 3, and there's a space in between the 2, that actually might make it easier to get the 2. At what level would the Peninsula be playable? Well, it really depends on your risk factor, Neapolitan. You could do the Peninsula Power right now. And by that I mean you'd go up there, you'd ruse 2 times, hope that you didn't die in the process, but you can get lucky until it happened, and hope that you didn't get critical while you slowly beat down like a giant or a zombie or something. And we only need a little bit of experience per level up, so like you do that once, you then be back here grinding out your stats and level up to make sure that you got the perfect level up, and you go back to get 1 fight and repeat back and forth. And that's why I haven't really bothered to do that. Instead, I'll go get the experience I need for the level up from like ogres and iguanas and creeps. Those will still do it pretty fast, and probably faster than you could walk to the peninsula and back. Now, once you get a little bit further in here, and you need more experience per level up, then it becomes more interesting to go and do a trip up there so that you're not spending, 15, 20 minutes on an ogre. You do like a 3-minute walk, you get your 2 kills, you do a 3-minute walk back, and then you get the level up. It's all kind of a little bit of a timing aspect to it, because White Mage has a hard time really getting a fast kill on things. No AoEs that are going to be generally accessible. And so that means that you're going to have to rely on getting to an easy part of the game so that, like these imps, you can beat down pretty fast. Alright, 145 and ale. Hey there, young Garo, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here, and hope you're ready to do some solo White Mage action. Also, Gandalf Lundgren, Dan thanks you for the confidence. It is misplaced, but still appreciated. Hey there, Wolveroo. Hope you're having a wonderful evening today and ready to relax and enjoy the White Mage. In all of its White Mage glory, which mostly involves hitting things with hammers. Alright, 144 and ale. Ale is the minimum that you get at this level up, so you'll see a lot of ale. Sail and Avel are the ones that you at least got 50% of the way there. And we are hoping for that Savile to show up. Come up a tavern with all this ale, Dan will avail himself of the Sail Ale, which then makes him ill, and that's because it's vile. Beastie Bootsy. Your treasure chests are mimics. Well, that is certainly something that Nullmons should be very ashamed of. But they're not. Alright, 144 ale. Hey there, Linuxman. How is the Solo White Mage challenge going? Well, we are very close to being able to take out the pirates at Provoca. I need to get this level up, and then I think we are good to go at that point for doing the pirate battle. That opens up the Inner Sea, and I've been estimating about level 14 is where I want to go from Peninsula Power over to the Marsh Cave, so that we don't have to worry about leveling up from the Astos fight. 48 and Avil. I think that's our third 148 Avil that we've seen. It's a good roll, but I don't think I want to lose a strength point here. I would probably take a sail over an Avil, if having to force between the choose. Zelda 1 NES randomizer, nice. I hope you're enjoying that. It's a very good randomizer. It's got a lot of configurability to it. And the original Zelda's got enough complexity in terms of map layouts and items that it really has a lot of potential for making things very interesting every time it gets a new seed generated. Alright, 144 and sail. Another 144 sail, 2 140 sails, and 3 148 Avils have been our best rolls so far. I think the nice thing about Zelda is that there's like a minimum complexity for randomizers to be interesting. And that is, you have to have a certain amount of things to be able to shuffle around so that you can get something very distinctive every time that you play the game. If you got too little complexity, then there just isn't enough variability that can show up, and so you don't have really an interesting variance, unless you could do something else. Like Dragon Warrior Randomizer, what they do to make up for that is to do the map randomization. Then there's all kinds of new stuff that can pop up as a result. Final Fantasy's got like enough chests and things that it doesn't have to worry about that too much yet. Alright, 145 and ale. Nice, Wild Roger. Hope you enjoy your Kingdom Hearts. I believe you're playing Kingdom Hearts 2 there. This is an excellent entry in the series. Is Dan gonna start his sale early? Dan is always on sale, 100% off, and yet there are no takers. Nobody ever buys them. Alright, and this time Dan is 147 and ale. It's at least a level up that I don't think we have seen yet. Most of our ales have been 144 or 145. So there may be something to having like a random pause at the very last input to see if you can get some more mixing in terms of possibilities. Like in theory, you're going to start this battle with one of 260 values in the random number generator. And the fights are different enough that you should end up on many of the 256, but it's not guaranteed that you'll actually get an equal mixing there. Like there could be some parts of the table where you have got patterns of misses or turn orders that will bias where you'll end up at the end of it. And so by putting a little bit of a random delay for the last input, it should get me to new, unseen possible values for those level ups. Papa Foys, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and I hope that your faith in Dan can come through in a tangible way. Dan certainly needs it. Thank you very much, Papa Voice. Alright, and this time we got the level up is 147 and ale. Same one as last time. Same exact frame, evidently, for putting that command in. many licks does it take to get to the center of an agama? Excellent question, Wolvero. I'm going to guess 3. The only thing better than capitalism is Dan. I don't know, capitalism is pretty good. I gotta say, capitalism versus Dan, it might be a tough choice for me. Hey there, Penguins fan 2. Over an hour of leveling RNG today? Well, we've got plenty more of that tonight. Don't worry. We will have so much leveling RNG, it will make your head spin. This time we RNG up to 146 and ale. It's a new one. We're still at least getting unique combinations for our level ups. How many agamas to take to get to the center of a Dan? That is probably a very, very small number. Dan is chewy. Not at all crunchy, no hard candy shell. But what he does have is a level up with 148 and ale. Alright, left-hand side imps again. My right-hand side imps have betrayed me. We've been betrayed for the last time by these imps. What is the goal for this level up? This goal is a full Savile with any HP value. So I take a 144 Savile over a 148 Sail in terms of preference. Hey there, Nightmare James. Welcome in and happy lurking. Hope you're having a wonderful evening today. And Durandex, welcome in as well. Alright, that's some significant waiting there. Let's see if we get a new and never before seen level up. Every 2 frames it advances my RNG value by 1. 149 and Aval. What does Vitality do in this game exactly? So your Vitality score divided by 4 plus 1 is what you get for a HP bonus every level up. Which means these early points of Vitality are actually huge for the amount of HP that you get by the end of the game. A point of Vitality right now basically gets you 10.5 points of HP. So either 10 or 11, depending on exactly how the rounding ends up working out in your favor. And the HP spread for worst to best strong level up is 5. So if you get the worst HP up with a Vitality point, you're 6 or so HP ahead of getting the best HP up without a Vitality point. What does the 144 and 148 represent? That's the total HP that Dan has after the level up. He's going to have anywhere between 144 and 149 HP. This is one that actually has some variability in it. Not all level ups will do this. But we'll have, I believe, 18. It's either 15 or 18 with the White Mage that are going to have that type of range. Intelligence is a meaningless stat. Yes, intelligence does not work at all. Dan also does not work at all. Come on, get a hit on this imp. $149 and Aval again. I really don't want to give up my strength point, even though 149 Aval would be very good for hit points. We grinding imps? No, we're grinding levels. We wouldn't want to fight imps for experience. At this point in the game, you need like 250 imps for a level up. It's much faster to do ogres and other bigger monsters. When you want to get the perfect stats and you're retrying the level up repeatedly, just go for the easiest fight you can get. And for your question, the Ultimate Bohab, the first couple levels is getting to be strong enough to be able to beat the pirates at Provoca. Then we're going to do Peninsula Power to speed up the leveling. and get ready for doing the Wizards of Marsh Cave. I feel like White Mage doesn't have like a super difficult set of fights compared to Black Mage, but it is something to keep in mind that you have to be very, very precise with your level ups early, because they have a large downstream impact to how your character is going to turn out in the end. All right, this one is 148 and Ale. Will I lose a strength point? That would be 12 less damage per swing with the Masmune. That's a lot in terms of the impact that that has. We've continued to debate whether it's better to do the Masmune for Chaos or to try just Bane Chaos, because without Fast, you're going to do way less damage with your physical attacks than the Black Mage had. And the Black Mage was just barely able to take Chaos down. Hey there, T-Pain, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday here. And enjoying this 144 Ale. Which is in fact the worst level up you can get for level 8, so you probably shouldn't enjoy that. How do you handle the endgame with no fade? So you have a lot of AoE attacks from the Thor Hammer and Mage Staff and Black Shirt. Whenever you need to fight things, it is actually pretty likely that a lot of enemies are just going to run away from you. So when you're traveling around, it's not a big deal. Into the dungeons until you're in like Temple of Fiends Revisit It. You actually don't have to do a lot of the random encounters. It's only the unrunnables that you're really worried about. And those you know where they are. And so you can kind of predict when you're going to fight them and what strats you need in order to be ready for the battle. Does Windraiser fix the intelligence score? Nope. Still does nothing. Absolutely nothing at all for intelligence. 147 and Ale. Hey there, Mission Nakara. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday here. Alright, we've seen plenty of 12s. Let's see if we get a 12 with a good level up. 146 and Ale. That one has been seen as well. It's been a while since I think we've seen a unique level up in terms of the combination of HP and stat gains. I doubt we've seen all of them, because there are 256 values that you need to be able to get through, but some of them may be extremely difficult to be able to find how long to wait for that last input to make them happen. So we're going to go up to 545, trying to get our Savile. And then we will look for a 149 sale, maybe a 148 sale if we get really desperate. 148 sale mean losing 7 points of hit points for the long run there. What are we looking for? We're looking for SAVIL on this level up. Strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, and luck. All 5 of them. This one is 148 and Ale. $148's a pretty good roll. 149 is your maximum, and it seems like it's actually very infrequent that we see 149s show up. So another one where I'm not sure what the bias is like. I think because the White Mage has such poor accuracy that you're going to have to deal with the missed chances, breaking a lot of potential entries into the level up sequence. If you miss the imp, you can't kill it, and so you can't get the level up. All right, 149 and Avil. Again, that is perfect if we don't care about the one strength point here, but I just can't give it up. I think strength is too valuable. Even though vitality is great, strength is something that's just irreplaceable. well over 30 hours. I think Black Mage was like 30 hours or so. And it feels like White Mage is very similar in terms of how it's going to play. I think the biggest difference is that mid-game, Black Mage had advantages from the AoE spells, be able to take out a lot of the easier monsters, but White Mage should have better stats and a lot of healing, which does make a big difference in the boss fights. Silver Brace is the first decent armor, other than the fact that it's from Melmont. It is otherwise decent. 15 defense is really good compared to what we've got right now. I'll even take the Copper Brace as an upgrade. That's coming as soon as we can kill Bicky off. Alright, this one is 148 and Ale. Best weapon that's not the Mazmune. So our best weapon is going to be either a Silver Hammer or a Power Staff, I believe. The White Mage does not have a lot of options. Thor Hammer is not accessible. That's requiring class change to be able to get that. Alright, this one is 147 and Ale. We got a Savile every level up so far, not even close, Skepticon. It is basically impossible to get 3 simultaneous stat points forced on this, and so that's pretty much out. 2 stat points is really hard. Like, we're trying to get 2 stat points right now, which is a 1 in 16 chance of happening. And even this is a big, big struggle. Alright, 149 and Ale. 1 more to go, and then we'll take a 149 Sail, if we can find one. I don't think we've seen a 149 Sail yet. I believe we've seen a 148 Sail as our best level up. If it's a 144 Sail, I'd feel really rotten about that. That'd be 11 hit points lost overall. Yeah, intelligence is going to be guaranteed every level up through 30. So it wastes a lot of our guaranteed points as a White Mage, but after that point we don't care if it shows up or not, so 31 plus we'll be getting our first level ups without intelligence in them. Black Mage has an intelligence up every single level from 2 through 50, so even more wasted points there. Which is why Black Mage really suffered from agility and luck deficiencies in that playthrough. Alright, 19 damage. We've seen that a bunch of times. This one is 147 Sail. It is the best one we have seen, I believe. But it's losing 8 hit points. Alright, if I ever get something better than a 147 Sail, I'll take it. Actually, equal to or better from this point on, 147 Sail. We see the same one again, then we will accept it. If we get a 148 Sail, a 149 Sail, or any Savile, from 144 up through 149 as Savile, we will take those. Because I want to kick some pirate booty. We have so much riding on that pirate fight, giving you access to new areas, new spells, and a very convenient bit of transportation. And this one is 149 and Ale. This definitely requires a guessing game to try to predict what our level up's gonna be. So many possibilities, and yet so few of them realistically attainable. Pirate Fight gives harm too. We need cash for it, but basically Ender. I think we could do a little bit of Peninsula Power prior to that. And you've got, like, a very good access to Ogres and Grogers and things at Provoca to make the cash happen. 145 Aval. I should probably reset if we don't get a strength point at the start. That's the most critical one. I've put strength as my #1 requirement. Vitality #2, and then HP rolls is #3. Agility #4. Luck #5. And I believe we demoted Intelligence to #33 in the last one. It was previously #27 in the list. Now it's 35. It's falling down fast. Alright, damn, what did you get this time? It is 145, no strength. Be interesting to see if Mad Pony can get me something different because it's got less evasion. Might be interesting here overall, and we get 149. Nope. No strength point. That's one we've definitely seen before a couple times. Because of the fact that you've got Ruse early on, a lot of things that would be kind of shocking to be able to take out were actually pretty accessible to the White Mage. And I feel that's going to continue at Peninsula Power as well. Especially things like Giants that don't have a lot of critical hit opportunities. You should get a lot of chances to be able to hammer on them before they kill you. Hey there, Peanock, welcome in. You're just in time to watch. The 147 not strength point. And then we reset until we get something better. Again, 147 sail is the minimum that I'm going to accept from this point on. We know that's definitely possible. We haven't seen anything better of the, I guess, 8 improved level ups from that one. Which is kind of a shame if there is just simply no RNG value that gives you a big chunk of your really desirable level ups here. Hey there, Westlake Math. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. I'm having a lot of fun on this grind. These are the parts that are super relaxing. Just gonna sit back and enjoy the 149 SAIVL, the perfect 149 Savile. That is as good as that level up could physically get. And we've done it. Alright, 2,500 for the level up to level 9. Let's go. Kick some pirate booty. They didn't believe it was possible, because it did involve Dan after all, and yet he failed to fail when it mattered the most. Hey there, Candace Jane. Welcome in, and thanks for the good wishes there. Dan's getting greased up. Time to fight some ogres. Bozo Cup, welcome in as well. Hope you're doing awesome here today. What did Dan get on the level up, Penguins fan? It was a 149 SAVIL. It was a 1 in 96 chance of getting that. And clearly, it took at least 96, if not more, tries for it to happen. Often not that Greg. I can't believe it's not Dan. And yet it is. It always is. Wow, Dan with the misses. This is how he goes from being on top of the world to being an absolute doormat in 6 seconds. Can't even make contact with an ogre, the slowest, most lumbering creature in the entire countryside here. Alright, there's one ogre down. This is what we do rather than fight imps for those levels, by the way, if you were curious. Ogres are pretty good at this point. Iguanas are a lot easier to take out, even though they're not nearly as good as an ogre for experience. Even creeps, like a double creep battle, is actually pretty good. Things that have, like, very bad defense, usually very low evasion, you can hammer down pretty quickly right now. Ogre's problem is that he's got so much physical defense that even when you make contact, and you're only doing like 5 or 10 damage, it's just a little tiny chip. And you have to get a whole bunch of hits in to take him out. Tulum cannot be equipped with the half-plate armor, but can he be equipped with the broadsword? That is the question I want to know. T-Pain made a hot dog and failed to see the absolutely perfect Savile at level 8. Sad. I'm very sad you missed that, T-Pain. It was spectacular. Let's see if I can make it to Provoca. I want to keep that double ogre and iguana experience here. We only have 43 hit points for the rest of the walk. It's gonna be a tough one. Why is the Agama grape flavored? They're trying out new Agama flavorings and taste sensations in certain test markets, including Provoca. They've got a watermelon one, the Cardi Isles, that I think is rather repulsive. And Max Frost, thank you very much for welcoming that Agama into your home. Even if he does have a slight chill to him, I'm sure he will recover with much love and tender caring. Oh no. Didn't want to fight, didn't want to battle. Come on, Dan, run away, run away. Close, Dan. Alright, get there, get to the town, and made it. We gotta keep our ogre and iguana experience. We have a little bit less than 2,000 XP to the next level up. Gonna go ahead and pick up a set of gloves here for Dan before doing anything else. I wonder if 3 cure spells is gonna be enough for this battle. 3 defense, we're looking at about 13 damage per pirate hit, which means we should be able to survive 11 hits while trying to get our ruses up. Feels like that is doable. Let's find out. Do we get the frame perfect first try? Provoke a pirates here. Let's go, Dan. No, I attacked. Let's go again, this time using the correct commands. Those will probably do better. Second try pirates. We'll get the second try pirates here. I didn't want to get Dan's expectations up too early. Alright, got 2 basically max hits, the 12 and the 13 there. A couple of them are pretty good. We've had some misses as well, especially with that first ruse up. Second ruse here. It looks like we're going to be fine in this fight. We could have done this at level 6, it seems. but it wouldn't have made a big difference overall, because these level ups are still 100% about getting those perfect stats to grind. Hey there, Shaywolf. Not only do we get the S&V, we got a 149 S&V. There is no better level 8 that you could get. Oh, it still hurts, Shaywolf. It still hurts. All those missed points wound me. We've only missed one vitality point so far, I believe, which was level 6. But still it hurts. I mean, basically every other level up, we're gonna have to do a 2.1. I think it becomes every 3 level ups. For doing it, like you'll have a guaranteed strength, then a guaranteed vitality, and then neither guaranteed. As kind of like a recurring pattern for like most of the level 10 through 20 range. But it'll still be a lot of work for those, because even the ones that are not a double, it's just like a single one to pick up, you kind of want to get the agility point on the side. So, you know, if you just settle for the 1 in 4 chance, what's going to happen is that you end up with a lot less agility, and so you have sometimes a requirement to get 3 ruses to be really safe. And that extra round is very, very dangerous in the big boss fights. Alright, Dan has hammered those pirates into the ground. Let's get a celebratory ship. And admire our 2,300 gold here. That's enough to get me the mute spell. And also some other things. We're going to start with mute while we're here. Do I actually want us to get the mute spell? I probably just want to get the Elfland stuff first. Let me do that for safety. I can always get more cash on the Kaizoku grind pretty fast. Now, let's try that. Let's see how the Kaizoku fight is. Just so that we know what we're up against here. Alright, 1 Kaizoku, this is going to be pretty easy. This I'm not worried about. We're going to mute some Frostwolves. That would be an interesting strategy. I don't know how likely it is to land mute on Frostwolves. They have no defense, so we could pound them pretty hard with hammers. Alright, so that's an easy battle. That one, no worries. And we do make enough cash on that I'm actually revenue positive just doing a single Kaizoku. So that's very good. But I'd like to see if we could get a bigger group so that I can get all of my spells and items from Elfland in one go. Probably do it this one faster. That's the Sahag fight. This is our next Kaizoku battle here. Does mute stop skill usage? Yes. Mute stops spells, skills, items, and potion drinking. Because all of those things are actually implemented as doing magical effects in battle. Alright, 2 Kaizokus. We are slowly ramping up the difficulty level here. I think we could do 5. I think we'd be totally fine with up to 5 Kaizokus, as long as we didn't get ambushed. We're basically going to do this until we have, I think, 3,600 gold. That'd be enough to get Cure 2, Harm 2, Copper Bracelet, stay at both inns. Is there anything that I have to get at Elfland? I mean, I want to get a house for Peninsula Power, but Like, at least early on, I doubt that we actually need to have more than one Peninsula Power battle to get our level up. In fact, it might be tough to get a battle Peninsula Power that's small enough that we just get the level in one shot. It's like one Zombo is basically your entire level up at this phase of the game. So it's actually kind of risky going to Peninsula Power too early. Time we want to go to Marsh Cave. We're going to need a bunch of pure potions, a lot of heal potions, even though we do have healing spells. We need the heal potions regardless to be able to heal outside of battle efficiently. We'll need to get a couple tents, and I think in total that's looking at probably about 4,000 gold that we want to invest in consumables. This is probably actually less than I did for the Black Mage, because Black Mage had to do an ogre grind here for a long time. I think we did ogre grind up to level 10 just to do the pirates in the Black Mage one, and we went even further for Marsh Cave. Problem with Black Mage is that you don't have a good way of killing things really fast until you get those big AoE spells. And so Black Mage just very, very hard to get past the pirates. Whereas this one, we could have done pirates at level 6, I think. I think we could have done pirates at level 6. Do I expect the White Mage to miss hits less frequently as we progress? Yes. The White Mage, well, all character classes get a very small increase to accuracy over time. The Mages very, very slowly, which is why they don't have a lot of attacks per round. Attacks per round is basically your accuracy score divided by 32. So you can kind of gauge out that White Mage is not getting a lot of points per level up. But it is a little tiny bit. And once we have the Silver Hammer, which will be a nice weapon upgrade for the White Mage, it'll be even better for doing that. Hey there, K-Shrek. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here and ready to relax to the sound of Dan hammering on this Kaizaku's head. If you love the GDQ Final Fantasy run, thank you very much. That was a lot of fun to do. Worked a long time on that marathon safe route to improve it over the years. And today, doing the solo White Mage is also pretty fun. The thing I like about the White Mage challenge is that I basically know what I want to do, but figuring out is what I want to do possible. Unusually is like way harder than normal, because the White Mage, on paper, it's just such a terrible, terrible character class to solo with. You know, you've got really nothing for offense, nothing for defense, no utility spells. They're just about curing. And knowing that we got a lot of information from that solo Black Mage playthrough has helped out a lot, but still there are many questions left unresolved. Hey there, Blue Jin. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. Dan definitely needs as many good wishes as possible. What is the HP range for Cure 3? I think it's like 64 to 127. It's right in that neighborhood. It is not very good. It's unfortunate that you don't get Cure 4 as a White Mage. If you had Cure 4 and Fade, White Mage would be so much simpler for the late game. What is the ETA for this run? Probably about 25 or 30 hours, Amputator. I mean, we're 6 hours in and we just beat Bicky. You can calibrate your standards based on that. Which I will say is like 4 hours faster than we did for the Black Mage playthrough. I got 3,000 bucks. Okay, I'm looking for like 3,600, I want to say, so a couple more Kaizaku fights. Doesn't look like we're in any danger of getting too much experience here. Surprising Cure 3 is not that good. Well, normally, you know, when you're talking about having 400 hit points, that's a lot of your hit point recovery. You know, Cure 3 is doing 20-30% of your HP. But when you're at level 50 and you've got 800 hit points, now that, you know, 100 HP average is just a very, very tiny amount. And that's why in this particular run, Cure 3 is just way weaker than you'd expect. It's only going to be a very, very tiny amount of recovery compared to what you're going to have in the tank. And that's where Cure 4 could have been just spectacular. Cure 4, giving you that full 800 for a cast, is basically all your healing combined for doing Cure 3s, and it's in a single turn. So it's super economical in battle as well. Oh yeah, this is definitely the fight Skepticon, the quintuple Kaizaku. 600 bucks for this basically finishes off the money that I need to do the Elfland trip. I'm gonna pick up Cure 2, Harm 2, and a copper bracelet while I'm there. Can actually, ooh. Might need 4,100. I might need another 500. You know what? It's okay. We can get more Kaizakus. I know I don't need, like, a fire here. Heal doesn't make any sense when you've only got one character. Heal 1 and Heal 2 are going to be useless. Heal 3 is interesting just because it's on a different tier than your cure spells, finally. And surprisingly, Heal 3 is White Mage accessible. I'm going to take this last one down before doing my healing spells for safety here. He should be close. There we go. Heal 2 does heal 3 in combat, but Heal 3 is worse than Cure 3 in terms of damage recovery, so Heal 2 being at the same tier as Cure 3 means that it doesn't win even with the bug. Am I gonna grab the copper bracelet? That is the plan. Copper bracelet, Cure 2, and Harm 2 is what I want for my trip down there. And ideally I'm going once, getting everything, and then coming back. You know what? I think we're actually good for money. Copper bracelet, I remember being pretty cheap. I'm not crazy in that copper bracelet's not 1,000, right? I don't think it was that expensive. It is 1,000. Oh man. It is as much as I thought it was. Alright, so I need another 500 then. Is Dan gonna kill Warmech in this run? So, killing Warmech with solo White Mage is basically saying use the Bane Sword, and anybody can do that. I don't think baning Warmech is super interesting with every single character class, to be honest. What I did for Black Mage is class change to Wizard and show off the unique thing there, which is to get rused up and cast Nuke a bunch of times. But for White Mage, you can do the same thing with Fade. Question of, do you really want to see it? You can also go there with the Bane Sword and just do it a whole bunch of times. Like when you go up there, you probably have 4 or 5 chances to use the Bane Sword before you die, and it's a 1 in 80 possibility of Warmech getting baned, so you can do the math on how many attempts are necessary for it to work out. Completely free Marsh Cave dive. I don't want to get too much experience apogee. It's a problem. If I go to the Marsh Cave and beat everybody up, we get a level up. And we need to get the perfect stats. Alright, so we're at 3,600 now. Yes, I think I need 4,150 for everything I want to do at Elfland. So we do need even more Kaizokus. Also for experience, I got 747 XP to play with. So that feels like it's reasonable that we can get this cash before I hit the XP limit for the level. Let's get bigger ones. Bigger Kaizoku battles, please. Never used Ruse when playing. I don't think I really got into Ruse until starting to speedrun some of the other versions. Ruse and White Shirt were just very helpful to have in like the remakes, because you have like the super bosses that instead of grinding a whole bunch for, you play reasonably defensively and get buffed up. Usually you can do pretty good. Now you do lose your buffs when you die, so you have to be very, very careful that you keep people alive the entire time, but it makes the fights much easier. What if we do the 15 puzzle for cash? It's $100 per puzzle. I'm getting 70 per Kaizoku, so I think this is faster. Just by a little bit, though. How fast can you hit the A and B button? You need to do it 55 times in this version. They dropped it down to 25 in the remake, so it's a lot slower to open up the puzzle. And the puzzle lags a ton. So it's kind of inconvenient for that. Let's see if we can still do one. It's been a while since our last 15 puzzle go around. Give you guys one 15 puzzle here. Alright. So weird feeling this compared to the other versions of the game overall. Just the intense lag from doing all the moves. Because it puts your cursor into weird spots compared to what you would expect to have for the positions for it. There you go. Enjoy the puzzle. Alright. Back to Kai's-Goose. All that for $100. Oh yes, there we go. 4 Kai's-Goose, pretty good. That might be enough now. Okay, we're looking for like 1,500 for Cure 2, 1,500 for Harm 2, 1,000 for the bracelet, that's 4,000, 100 for the in-trip at Elfland, 50 for the in-trip back at Provoca, 4,150 total. Guess 4,200 because I have to double in up. Both go in there and back. We're like 3,900 right now. This will be 480. I think this does it. I think this does it. So just give you $100. Yep, that's all you get, CBFTW. They didn't give you prizes until the GBA version. Also, Apogee79, thank you very much for those bits. We'll put those bits towards the 15 Puzzle Relief Fund. That and Melmont in serious need of relief here. Solo Black Mage Money Haul. Well, we were good on money once we got past Bicky to Laser 2. The money problem with the Black Mage is when you start the game. And until you beat Bicky, you don't have access to the 15 puzzle. So it doesn't really help much. If you can beat Bicky, you can fight Kaizakus, you can fight Ogres. There's so many things out here that are just worth more money per second. In terms of like, what's the best investment of time. Still rocking the Iron Hammer yet, Vicarian? We'll have this hammer until we get to Astos. Once we kill Astos, we'll get a free silver hammer in Elf Castle. And that'll be... well, it's either that or the Power Staff, I think, for our best weapon for a long time. There's an argument for the staves having more critical hit rate, and the silver hammer having more accuracy and consistency, so which do you want to go for? Has this challenge been completed before? People have done solo playthroughs of all 6 character classes, including the Thief, without class change. Couple people. I know Jay Coper has streamed it. I don't know if anybody else has done it on stream before. $15 puzzles is insane on the PlayStation version. PlayStation version, you get like 10,000 per 15 puzzle. That's used in the speedrun to get very big cash early on. Just go down to Elfland, do a couple 15 puzzles, and you're loaded. I'm actually gonna run away. Try to run away. See if we can get to Elfland in one go. I don't want to over level right here. 387. I don't have a lot of room to play with for XP at this point. So we need to make sure that we get a clean trip here, and we'll work on the Kaizakus before we get to save the game again in Conaria. And that way we'll have basically the same setup as before, which we're trying to get down to 18 or less experience required so that we just pound some imps and get our level 9 all ground out. Level 9 is going to be guaranteed vitality, so we just need the strength point, and ideally an agility point, and really ideally a luck point too, but let's not go crazy. Peter, thank you very much for the good wishes to everybody around. And I hope that you two enjoy the rest of your week here. Alright, upgrade time. We're getting this copper bracelet. Already got a cap. I got that out of Temple of Fiends at the start, so that does not help. That copper bracelet, it helps. It helps a lot. Do I want to do Cure 2 or Harm 2 first in my list? Probably Cure 2. It's like, what is the frequency that I'm going to use these on? A-Fire is a maybe for later. I don't know how much it's going to help to have the elemental resistance to spells, but you can get A-Fire, A-Lit, and A-Ice here. And probably be a lot safer on like Lich and company. Alright, do we get out to the boat in time? I believe we do. No, you're one step away. Alright, so you can't get the Kaizuku fight there. That's fine. Missing out on heal. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. Yes, you do miss out on heal intentionally. Except for heal 3. That one that actually has some value because there's a cure spell there, cure 4 that's locked. So heal 3 is suddenly not competing with anybody else. Sag fight there. Let's get our Kaizuku battle here. A little bit of cash, but also we are just getting the experience we need for level 9 at this point. So we're trying to get as close as possible without going over level 9 here. And then we get to grind our levels again. And that'll be a joy. Essentially for the next couple levels, all the even ones up through 14 are going to be strong level ups. So I'll have to factor in the HP gain in addition to the stat points on 10, 12, and 14. After that for White Mage, it's 3 levels for a little bit, and then 4 levels after that for a long time. White Mage gets more strong level ups than the Black Mage does. That could be interesting for stat up management. Alright, 327. I can take 5 more Kaizukus. We're still doing Impicide. Well, we haven't had to fight imps for a long time, but they are the best thing to do for your level ups. And that's because they're very quick to kill. And so you're looking to get the last 5 experience points so that you can retry to level up repeatedly. Imps are the way to go on that. Coach Day, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time here today, and hope you're ready to enjoy Dan and his mighty hammer of doom. Whose doom it is? Probably Dan's. It's probably Dan's doom. So after this will be 3 Kaizukus to go. I think Kaizukus are probably one of the better ones to do the XP farming on here because the money is so good on top of it. And it's convenient doing the boat for them to walk all the way up to the northern area for where you get the ogres or other better monsters. The Kaizukus have their own boat or they just swim around. I think they just swim. Pretty tough to do in plate mail armor, but they do work out 23.5 hours a day. Yeah, the other 30 minutes is getting hit on the head with the hammer by Dan. That takes a lot of time. Alright, so we're gonna get 3 or less Kaizukus here. 1, 2, or 3 is acceptable. 3 is ideal. We have to reset if it's 4 or 5. Hey there, Diener, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday here. And ready to enjoy some of our solo White Mage challenge. Too many Kaizakus. Alright. I'll imp the rest of the way there. One Kaizaku is like 10 imps, so we'll be able to get that done pretty fast. I'll need like 13 or so imps, and then we'll be set up for our level 9 grind, which we will start out trying to get S plus at least one of agility or luck. I prefer agility over luck, but I'm willing to take either. And that way we have a better chance of making this work in the long run. I guess I still need to have ruses up. I was thinking 2 Kaizakus we could probably do without ruses right now. But I'm getting too much damage. Look at that beautiful cure too. It's so nice getting those spell upgrades. It was even bigger for the Black Mage, getting Fire 2 and Lit 2 for the first time. That turns the Black Mage from a purely single target spellcaster to somebody that could just absolutely rip up the monsters from post-Bicky up through like Crescent Lake very easily. I will miss that in the next stretch of the game. I also clearly missed the Kaizakus a lot. They don't even have super high evasion, unlike most other aquatics. This is merely Dan's incompetence you are seeing right now. Hey there, Runji, what is the time and level estimate for a solo White Mage run? Level is going to be level 50, the time is probably going to be somewhere between 25 and 30 hours. And a lot of it depends on how long it takes us to get the level ups. Level ups are the big factor here because doing the dungeons is actually pretty fast. Like, you spend maybe at most 5 or 6 hours doing all the dungeons of the game up to the Temple of Fiends. You spend like 20 hours doing the leveling, and then you hope the Temple of Fiends goes well. Alright, so we need 87, that is 14 imps worth of experience, which means the things up here should be safe as well temporarily. Or we'll just take imps. We could just take imps. Hey Jeremy, are we doing this all without a break? No, we're gonna do this over many days. I'll do like 4 or 5 hours a night and break it up into pieces. We did 5 hours yesterday. I'll probably go up to about 9 or 10 hours on the clock tonight. I want to do some Dragon Quest IV as well. Get back into our casual DS playthrough so that we can start on Chapter 5 there. Chapters 1 through 4 are Dragon Quest IV, by the way, for the DS version. Basically, you can do the NES speedrun, and it all pretty much works. I had to do a little bit of improv in a couple spots, but I feel like Chapter 5 is where you're going to get a lot more divergence, because suddenly you have to deal with the lack of the repel glitch, and a lot more interesting things with the lack of ghost blocking. Ghost blocking in Dragon Warrior 4, you can put a dead character and kind of steer where the monsters do their physical attacks. It's very useful in Chapters 2 and 4, and then pretty nice in Chapter 5 for certain stretches. Is this challenge really possible? Yes. We have so far done solo fighter, red mage, black belt, and black mage. So solo white mage, I feel like I've got a pretty good idea of what I want to do. And the big questions are just like, how long does it take to get the level ups that I need? So I want to get a perfect strength, as good of an HP score as I can get. And one of the things I learned from the black mage playthrough is it's also nice to get a little bit extra agility. So that 2 ruses is enough to get you perfect evasion. Our black mage was a little bit short. And so it was always a bit of a tension for the late game bosses of 2 ruses, faster setup, but there's a higher chance than there could have been of getting a physical attack on us. So we had to do 3 ruses for like the purple rooms and a couple other fights, and that was not as good. Hey there, Runic Magus, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here, and ready to enjoy more of our solo White Mage playthrough tonight. We're about to get ready to do our level 9 grind. I'm trying to get as close as possible to level 9 without going over, which should be just a few more imps. I want to say like 2 or 3 imps after this fight is what we need. Which really means 3 imps or nothing. And then we can try and get the stat ups. In theory, 1 in 64 for a perfect level up, not worth grinding out. A close to perfect level up would be 1 in 16, which would be the strength and agility point. If I take strength and luck as an alternative, that's an okay-ish level up, then I think it goes to like a 1 in 8 chance. How hard is it without level optimization? Impossible. Basically impossible. Alright, I do need 1 more imp battle that's not 5 imps. So a 3 imp pack is fine and a 4 imp pack is fine. If you don't level up optimization on this, you lose like 200 hit points, which is a lot, and you lose a pretty big chunk of strength, and that means that it's doable, but you absolutely have to Bane Sword Chaos to 3 and 256. You might have to Bane Sword Tiamat 2 as well, which is another 3 and 256. It's just a lot of extra work. Alright, let the level 9 festivities begin. Again, we want to get strength, agility, and luck. I'm willing to take strength and agility. I might be willing to take strength plus luck. Let's see what we get early on and make a call on this. I like for some of these levels to go a little bit faster. Just so I'm not having to fight the level ups as hard. I know I've been super picky up to this point, but at some point you have to be a little bit more relaxed to be realistically able to finish it in a good amount of time. If you wanted to be super picky, it'd be many, many more hours. Alright, do we get our strength point? No. Dan is very ill. Or I guess he's very IV-ish. Luck not guaranteed on this one. I and V, Intelligence, Vitality, are the 2 that you get guaranteed at level 9. Strength, Agility, Luck, all 25% chances. And it's a regular level up for HP, which means it is not a range. It is a single amount that you'll always get, so we don't have to worry about what the HP score is. Trying to remember what the monsters are supposed to look like. It can be tough after a while to recognize them sometimes. Not particularly fussed about the luck stat. Yeah, luck stat is pretty far down the list of importance, Dalphin. Hey there, Horshinuk. Well, we just beat the pirates. Now we're getting some levels. 154. No strength point. Debating about how much I want to do Peninsula Power right now versus trying to rush Marsh Cave early. Rushing Marsh Cave, I don't know if it's got a lot of advantages to it. You would get the Silver Hammer if you could beat Marsh Cave and Astos. That's pretty big. You would get Silver Bracelet. I guess that's pretty good too. So your defense and your offense go up quite a lot. At the end of the day, you're basically still doing Peninsula Power in one chunk and then Peninsula Power in another chunk afterwards. Yeah, pirates were about 3.5 hours faster on White Mage versus Black Mage. That was expected, though. All right, 154, strength, intelligence, vitality. Got the strength point, but we didn't get agility or luck, so I'm not going to take that. I feel like we can get an SAIV or an SIVL pretty fast. First AoE item's the big one. So the upgrades from beating Astos would be speeding up the process of getting the bulk of the XP during the levels. So like you go up to Peninsula Power, you hit things with a silver hammer for a couple minutes, get your level up, and then you can go and get the actual XP ground out. Plus it means that you're missing less on these, so it's speeding up the process of doing these checks. But if you had an AoE item, go way faster. This is where Black Mage had a big advantage, and I'm not sure what the long-term implications are going to be for that. Like, how many hours does the Black Mage save just from being able to do the level up checks faster? Because Black Mage was, you get into this battle, 1 lit 2, you get to see your level up, and you repeat really fast. White Mage has a whole bunch of hammering in between each try. So I guess that gets improved at post-Astos, because you do the mummies. You have a trap tile with undead monsters on them. Alright, and this one is... no strength point. Go back to the right-hand side imps. Right-hand side imps, much better than left-hand side imps. I don't know who made those crazy claims about left-hand imps being good, but they were definitely incorrect. Alright, Dan, get your hammer going. And one of the things I've started doing is to try to put a little bit of delay on the last fight command, so that it is less likely that we get stuck into a rut of a small number of different RNG values to try out. There's still the problem of all the attacks that miss, because those can't lead to us getting a level up started. So let's at least do this. Hey there, Celia. Welcome in. Before agility, intelligence, vitality. We got the Avel. It was not Savile at all. If we gotten the Savile there, I'd been thrilled. The wrong 1 in 16 showing up. Savile's our best outcome here. Sail is good enough that I would take it. Like, I wouldn't have to think about it. Civil, I probably am going to take a Civil, but it wouldn't be as good as a Sail, because luck gives you, or not Sail, Savile versus Civil. Luck gives you a small benefit towards getting first strikes, but agility gives you the same benefit, and it gives you an increased chance of dodging attacks. So it's significantly improved. Alright? Dan, on the other hand, not significantly improved. Dan is significantly not improved. Signamir, thank you very much for pre-ordering that Warmech. Our associates are currently standing by, waiting for Warmechs to arrive. And when they do, we will deliver one to your door. Or somewhere in your vicinity. We're not exactly accurate with our targeted packages. Should have grabbed the Warmech. Yeah, well, there's going to be a couple opportunities. I'm gonna build up a pretty big backlog of war mechs while doing this. I gotta imagine this is like 6 or 7 days of playthroughs, and so we'll do a whole bunch of war mech backlogs when I get to doing the test flags for Season 5. Like, we're gonna do the Solo White Mage Challenge, we're gonna do a couple of different requested flag combinations that you're not gonna see in the season, so things like Entrance Shuffle and stuff like that. Maybe some really crazy seeds, and then I'll start working on the flag set for Season 5 after that. Strength, intelligence, vitality, and that's it. Just a sieve. Is this time continued from yesterday? Yes. We're gonna run the clock for all of the streams combined for the White Mage Challenge. Oh yeah, Kranzak, we should have at least 2.5 more hours of White Mages. I'm very much interested in doing some Dragon Quest IV, but I'll do that once we're about 4 or so hours into the stream tonight. Maybe 4.5. Can probably go pretty late tonight, considering it's a holiday for a lot of people tomorrow. No strength point. If only Dan was not so vile, then we would have our S's in there. Shavers, welcome in. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening here. We've got our Solo White Mage Challenge going on right now. One White Mage and one very rusty Iron Hammer versus the world. So far, the world is winning. Currently trying to grind out a statistically good level up for level 9. Looking for a strength point, and then either an agility point or an intelligence point. Technically yours is SAIVL. But I pronounce it SAVIL for historical reasons. You can make a lot more words if you do that switch in the letters. So Savile, SAVIL, is the full set of them. And often you'll see us get 3 or 4 out of those 5. Unfortunately, intelligence is just a very heavy stat for White Mages, and it's the least important because it completely doesn't work. But one day our White Mage will not be burdened with the intelligence point of complete uselessness. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if we get a new level up combination from that delay. And it's Ittle. This particular level we're working on right now is guaranteed intelligence and vitality, but that's it. Stats not working in Final Fantasy, I know it's a shock. I can't believe something in this game does not function. This is a weird one because it doesn't function at all, as opposed to just functioning incorrectly. There's no signs that there was ever any intent to have intelligence do something. It's just completely not hooked up to anything at all. Oh yeah, no worries about HP gains. Our next one to worry about is level 10, which is the one after this. 10, 12, 14, 17, and 20 are the strong level ups up through level 20. This is a lot. More so than the Black Mage gets by a nice amount. This is where the Black Mage really starts dipping down in terms of HP overall. Alright, Dan, you get Nope, no strength point. Not even a little S. Black Mage is the vast majority of guaranteed level ups in intelligence. It's not the vast majority. It's 49 in intelligence, and then 54 in points that are actually useful. So slightly less than half of Black Mage's guaranteed points are completely wasted. White Mage is more like 20%. I guess more like 25. It's 29 out of 104 that are wasted. Agility, nope. You know right away if you're not going to have the right stat ups, because strength would be the first one listed. Intelligence is like an Agama-proof fence. I feel like an Agama-proof fence is something that would be impossible to construct. Too beautiful to exist in this dimension. Alright, let's see what this level up is. Dan, give me something with strength. Nope. No strength point still. Can you make an Agama-proof fence by stacking other angrier Agamas? It sounds like a very dangerous plan that you've got there, E-Tier. I would like to see somebody try that, though. It definitely sounds like it'd be a fun time. Strength, intelligence, vitality, and that's it. It's our third SIV, which is supposed to be about a 1 in 4 chance of strength plus something else, so still in line with probability. One more SIV and then we've gotten unlucky. Will you give me the hope that we need? And the imps say, nope. The imps say nope. TV Silvertown. Hope you enjoy that Agama there and your mysterious Agama fence dreams. Alright, this one is... nope. Hey there, Harold. Are we shaping level ups? Yep. This is White Mage time. This one, we have more guaranteed points, and so a lot of this is mostly about level ups to get agility and luck bonuses to be higher. Black Mage was really struggling just to get strength and vitality, so it is a little bit easier with White Mage if you wanted to get a similar stat growth pattern. But we want to get better. We want to get even better than last time. Which makes me wonder, why did I name this character Dan? That could have been a pretty big improvement right there. Hey, the Dapper Gent. Dan will definitely not hit level 10 without you. He needs your guidance and support. to help him level up properly. We have a 1 in 8 chance of getting a good level up here, looking for either strength plus agility or strength plus luck. Although clearly it's been more than 8 tries, so Dan is not very good at math. Would setting Melmond ablaze inspire Dan? It would certainly inspire a lot of people around here. You have my support. Just because Melmond is already on fire, Kyo, doesn't mean it couldn't be more on fire. That's the important thing to remember. There's always room for more fire at Melmond. Keep trying, Dan. Keep trying. It's like making a task with fewer save states. Yeah, if we could make even a couple of extra saves on the side, things would get so much nicer. Just because you'd be able to manipulate out the level ups. And if you got an okayish one, you could save it and then come back to it if you want it to like give up after a while. Having to take one or pass is just such a challenging one because it's like, all right, that was pretty good. And we got it in like 2 tries, but what if I go for like another 50 tries before finding something similar? Can we gamble on those? And it happens like every single time. No strength point. I always enjoy when the Melmond tourism board has exactly the right response to a complaint. It's like they almost read them, but they don't. I can assure you they do not read their complaints, even in the slightest. I'm pretty sure we did the exact same setup before. So wait a little bit longer this time and see if we can get a different result. But not a good enough one. We lost our agility point doing that. Alright, back to right hand side. Left hand side imps need a break. They are clearly imped out from all of this hard imp grinding. And strength, intelligence, vitality, our 4th SIV. So now we are officially unlucky. on getting the setups that we want. In theory, 1 in 4 of the strength ups should have an agility or a luck point attached to it. And clearly Dan has failed basic statistics, if he cannot even get that right. And AVI. The Melbourne Tourism Board Complaint Department is probably on their lunch break, which they take every 13 minutes. Either there, Twitch ate the message. One of the two. It happens. Also happens to be that this is not the level we're looking for. Agility point, no strength point. Alright, Dan, buckle down. You've been screwing around this entire time, I know. I know you can get better level ups than this. You may choose not to, but you can get better level ups than this. This one is terrible. That one is absolutely terrible. No strength and no agility that time. Would I ever take just an SIV on this level up? Or do I actually absolutely have to get an A or L? I think strength plus agility is going to be harder than strength plus luck, because they're two consecutive stat ups. But strength plus luck should be reasonably possible. Strength, intelligence, vitality, nope. Our 5th time getting that one. I'm pretty sure I recognize that 46-point critical hit that you get beforehand. We've seen that a bunch. So I think that critical hit is preceded by a strength up. But sadly, no agility or luck to go with it. This copper bracelet is so nice. Just basically sitting here for days, which we need, because Dan is very, very inaccurate with that hammer. Alright, there's the 46-point critical. That one would have been that SIV level up if we'd gotten it right there. So now we're 2 hits past it, 3 hits past it. 2 in a row, okay. So that's why you get the strength one right after it, because it's a pair of really close, good values. This one gets just a terrible one. So if we see those critical hits, then we know we have to wait a big chunk of time. those have to be 2 of the 3 critical hits in the game for them to clump up like that. It's interesting where you can kind of get the patterns for starting to recognize some things. When I was doing the speedruns for this, and doing all the Garland fights, because there's really a lot of precision in the menuing. Like, you could get to Garland within like a 6 or 10 frame window in terms of your inputs. And you could recognize like all of the various Garland fights that were possible in that span of frames and know exactly all the outcomes. So every time we do one of these level-ups, I'm starting to learn what the outcomes are for this particular setup. In Dan's case, involves a whole lot of missing. Strength, intelligence, vitality, and that's it. That is it. That's our 6th one of those. Come off of it with nothing. We will follow it up with absolutely nothing at all. $7:05 on the clock now. Gets me back to the question of, would I ever take an SIV? We've seen 6 of them so far, so certainly they're pretty common. It wouldn't be outrageous to get another one, if you're looking for it. But I think we can still justify the wait. Going for the SAIV, or SIVL here. It's gotta be possible, Dan. You gotta believe. Just not right now. Just because you don't believe right now doesn't mean you will never believe. Notice I don't even mention the possibility of the SAVIL. Don't want to get Dan's hopes up too much. SIV number 7. 7 SIVs. Should have waited longer, I know. Well, the thing is, it's tough to know which ones you've tried for combinations. So every 2 frames you wait, it advances the RNG by 1, which is not very far. However, you've got all the entry points coming in from the common battles that you do. And I recognize probably like a dozen or so battles by this point for ones that we have seen. But that's still like a lot of combinations to try. You don't know where the battles are relative to one another. So that's where you have a lot of possibilities. Like a Taz would be able to explore those really finely. And just find, here's the one that gets you the stat ups. But much harder to do in real time. Trying to tempt out a wolf fight or grimp fight or a mad pony, which I think would be faster for the kills. Even though these are tougher monsters, they are smaller in quantity. Do we know when the stat rolls happen? So, the stat rolls are pre-decided when the battle ends, so basically, you have the frame that you put the final fight command in, that determines what the level up is going to be for RNG. Fizu, thank you very much for those good wishes there. We'll definitely need them in our quest to get good level ups here. It is a long and dangerous road, but Dan is the person to hammer it down. Except when he misses. Then he is not the right person. Wrong frame. The trick though, of course, Mr. Penfold, is whether the right frame even exists. With only 256 possible inputs on there, there's definitely combinations that simply cannot happen. It's one of the things I worry about, but it probably shouldn't be a big concern for getting the 1 in 16 here. I feel like those should almost always have at least one frame that works. Evidence to the contrary. You heard Dan say that Melmont is a delightful vacation spot. Those are the type of lies that Dan would tell. Those are definitely the lies that Dan would utter. Hoping for the Great Imp. Well, I'm hoping that going up there gets me faster battles. Grimps, Wolves, and Mad Ponies are about, it's about 1 in 3 chance up in that zone. So it gives you a decent chance of having fewer swings to be able to take them out, because at this point you should be able to one-shot Grimps and probably Wolves as well. Mad Ponies are probably 2 shots. 13 damage on the imp gives us strength, intelligence, vitality, and luck. Alright. We got a civil. It's the less good version, but it is a version that we will take. So I think we have level 9 done. We've got 3,000 experience points to go, which feels like we need to start testing out Peninsula Power here. So let's load up. We did a couple of tents. It'll be very intense for this walk. Grab some heal potions as well. Probably should get some pure potions. And that's all I can afford, so let's go. I mean, not like we need a ton of these things for like pures, because, well, there's just Dan. He physically can only get poisoned so many times in a single battle. That amount of times is very high, but a finite quantity. Do Mad Ponies have crazy crit chances? Well, Mad Ponies have 2 attacks per round. And for characters that have low armor, like the mages at the start of the game, that's a not good proposition. Essentially what's going to happen is that you have the problem of the Mad Pony basically being built for a monster that has way more damage than is reasonable for their difficulty level for mages, but way less for like a fighter or red mage that has heavy armor on. It's true for anything that's got multiple attacks, like gargoyles, Mad Ponies, Hydras, anything that early on has a bunch of attacks. Trolls, I guess. So those are like monsters that are very poorly balanced for the character class that we've got. Dang, getting chewed up by this pack of wolves. And it can't run on top of that. I can't take you anywhere, Dan, but I can take you to the end. I should have 50 bucks. And that'll save me time for the Peninsula Power walk in the future. Your Melmond 15 puzzle missed number 11. You're lucky it wasn't just a pile of toxic waste in a box. Surround it with a bag of broken glass. Wow, Dan's got a really awful streak of encounters. Ambushes, paralysis. What else you got here, Dan? Do you have some good walks in you? Like I said, you've got some good walks every once in a while. Not this while, though. Some other while. Alright, Vicarian, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. Let's tent up and see how Peninsula Power goes. So legitimate worry about overleveling here. 4 zombies I think overlevels us, but we'll see if we even survive this fight first. Oh no, no we don't. Not even close. Two giants with an ambush, also probably not going to be close. Damn Electra going crazy with the Agama adoptions here. I'm sure many of these Agamas, if not all of them, will be going to a good home. Dan's not even getting a turn. He's not even getting a turn in. The next one coming up should be Frost Wolves. So they're not going to be good. 3 attacks from a troll, yep. That's why trolls are so bad for mages at the start. You gotta deal with their multiple attacks per round. Alright, it's hammer time. Get to hammering, Dan. Good, 0 damage for the first round. Clearly got this under control. Hey there, straight out of Melmond. Welcome in, and hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening here as we take on our first attempt at Peninsula Power. Giants may not have been the best choice. I was expecting Dan to have a little bit of a better time hitting these things. Take a crit, 45 damage on him. 48. I always thought these were giant cabbages. I always thought they were really fat, but it turns out that that's just their leg that they're dancing with or something. It's a weird sprite. Crit. Make sure that doesn't happen again. To be extra safe, I'm going to be triple rused up. I think that double ruse should be 100% evasion for these guys, except for criticals, because nothing blocks crits. They only have a 1% chance of critting per round, so we should be able to outlive them for a while. Is that a cape on the back? I believe that's a cape. It's a green cape for a green giant, though, so it's kind of hard to make out the boundaries. Like, it's the hair on the top. It's like they got like this really long ponytail. And then off on both sides is the cape coming off. So they've got a little bit of cape over their right shoulder, and then a lot of cape over the left shoulder. And for some reason, very hot pink accessories and bangles. Usually he realized the picture was upside down. That is true. They had an incorrectly oriented picture for one of the monsters in the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide. Hey there, Avon Chaos. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Tyro! Are we going to have barbecue already? Nope. Dana's going to be lunch instead. Didn't get the second ruse off. No mute spell yet. I'm really looking for a smaller group. I'd like to get like a 2-pack of Zombles. That'll probably be like my ideal fight. 6 Frostborn Ambush, not as ideal. 27% less ideal in my opinion. Neutral state also not very good. Also not very good neutral. Oh, come on. These would be good encounters if we were able to do the fights. Which XP do I actually have? 3,000 to work with. So I could do 2. But I won't do that. I will not do that. Seriously. These would be really good. In speedruns and things. Not really good right now. Allegedly 50% chance of having small Zomble counts. Allegedly. No. I don't think Triple Giant's worth trying. Double Giant's at least worth giving a go at. Like this one, you get your ruses up fast enough. And Dan cannot. Then you got a shot at it. What is the first AoE weapon? It is the Zeus Gauntlet in Ordeals. You got a long way to get there. Alright, here we go. Hammer time again. Hopefully no crits this time. It's a 2% chance per round that you get crit, and unfortunately Dan missing really increases the number of rounds in this fight by a lot. And eating one of the crits there. This is where the Zombles and the Harm 2s would be working a lot better. Instead of having to do Hammer Time, or Silver Hammer would also be working a lot better. I may have overestimated Dan's combat prowess when I decided to go up to Peninsula Power here. I feel like this is still a good play. I feel like this is literally the best play ever. Oh, don't go bringing Dan to this, Dalphin. Dan is innocent. As pure as these giants are. Which, we guess, probably at least 115% giant, if not more. Now there's our one crit that we can take. That one's already been had. Dan, he's just two missing. Too many misses. If he could get just a regular hit each time, we'd already have the first giant down by now. I don't think Dan can do this. Which is sad. Very sad. He might need like the solo Zomble. The solo Zomble of shame. 126, 2 crits in a short period of time. Didn't even get one giant out. Alright. Zombles, 25% chance of getting a fight that we could use on that one. I could do the power cyclings to get more Zomble fights more quickly. Joins have like 300 hit points. It's about there, but we have about 120 damage in that battle so far. It's the misses that kill you. Well, it's the giants that kill you. The misses are slowing down the giant fight a lot. Which is a surprise, because Dan's got a whopping 13% hit rate. Alright, that's not very good. That is not very good. Let's go for the Zombles. I will take my Zombles in smaller quantities, please. Smaller quantities of bull. This one's gonna be a giant fight. We'll see if we get a good one. Nope. Now we'll try the Zomble fight. Zomble's neutral start. 25% chance of one Zomble, 25% chance of two Zombles, seemingly 100% chance of 3 or more Zombles. NES is too far back. Too far back. Yeah. Don't want the troll. And yes, you can get Zomble without troll. At those quantities, the 50% chance. Although again, we're getting a 100% chance of seeing the opposite result. Now this is too much XP. So unfortunately, we couldn't take it, but I at least want to see what we can do in Zombles. This is gonna hurt so much. It's gonna hurt so much that we don't get to keep this. Well, Dan does anyway. Dan does anyway. Dan needs like Ruse 7. Clearly Ruse 1 is not enough for him. Come on, Zombles. Someday I'll get a solo Zomble. Another quad. The quads are what you want to have when you're doing speedruns. They're not what I want right now. Not what I want. Peninsula Power may have been a mistake. Really, Dan was the mistake. Dan was the mistake all along. Okay. Solo Zomble. Let's see if we can kill this guy. Harm doing as much damage as our Harm 2s did. We got some really bad Harm 2 rolls. It's okay though, we got him. We got him. Our first Zomble is down. That is like 160, it's a lot of imps. 175 imps, something crazy like that. Okay, one battle done. Just gotta do it again. Not sure if that's the best plan though. Not entirely sure if that is the best plan. 2 Zombles would have been ideal. $175 imps worth of experience. Yes, it was good. It was pretty good. But you can get, 20 or 25 imps pretty easily from a lot of the encounters. So I think that in the time that we could do that Zomble fight, there were many other battles that would have been better around here. Even if it does require significant amounts of hammering to take out the monsters. Only have got 1 ruse left. Otherwise, those would be pretty decent. It's like a Zomble's slightly more than 5 ogres worth of experience. Alright, we have learned something here. We have learned that Dan is terrible. Probably should have expected that going into this process. But I need to get some mute cash. I got some mute cash. Dan has the mute spell. Check that one off. Strange now dropping tents off. They're just too expensive. Cannot afford to spend that much money on tents. Even though we are very intense around here, there is still a limit to our budget. I should have taken the second one on land. Would have given me a better position for an ogre grind coming up. It's actually what we want to do around here. So after these first 3 battles, could go for the traditional ogre. But I'm not a big fan of walking all the way over there. Yeah, I think we want to do the smaller ogre grind. Dan, get in the boat. I don't know what he does not like about this boat, but it's a very, very lovely boat. And he should feel thankful that we have given it to him. Those are decorative pirates, Shea Wolf. There is nothing wrong with a decorative pirate. Yeah, I think we do Kaizoku. I could go for the Geist. Go Kaizoku, Geist, Kaizoku, skip, Ogre, Ogre, Ogre in my sequence here. Those are all reasonable monsters, lots of money. Everything except for the Kaizoku's got a lot of experience as well. Geist is a very big long shot. You're just hoping that you get to outspeed them so that you're not paralyzed. But all these are reasonably close to where the town is so that you can make a easy trip back and forth to save in between. And I think this will be faster than getting the additional Zombo. If we got in the 2 Zombo fight up at Peninsula Power, we basically would have been good to go for the level up. Instead, Dan needs more work. What do we need potions for? Well, pure potions. I should put those on the list. We're going to Marsh Cave. Might get a little toxic in there. Alright, so this one we skip. Then we got Ogre Time. See how much better at hammering Dan is. So every level up we should be getting +3 damage per round, which for an ogre that's got 100 hit points is a pretty significant increase in terms of our attack power. Actually, it's only be 1.5 HP per round. Is that true? Yeah, I guess on average, yeah. 1.5 HP per round. If we hit them. Well, that will definitely be a 100% chance. 100% chance. We're gonna get any 4th tier spells. I might get A-Ice. I'm not 100% sold on A-Lit, A-Fire, A-Ice, but it seems like those could be useful. And there's our 35 imps worth of experience. It's now double ogre time. Well, 2 single ogres. If it was double ogre time, we'd be getting 70 imps. We need a Dan. We do not need any Dans. We explicitly do not need any Dans. Dan was a mistake, but we are stuck with him now. Not gonna bother with Fear. Yeah, it's not worth it. You can kill Carrie very easily. So fearing her is a waste of time. I mean, you don't have to do Carrie until you're level 50, so it's kind of a stroll at that point for the Fiend fights. You got Kraken with Lightning. You got Tiamat with the Bane Sword. Carrie you just beat down with a Power Staff. Very, very, very slowly, but you can do it. Alright, I don't think that Groger is worth it, but we're gonna do it anyway. See if it's Groger time yet. Oh, good, first strike. That might make it worth it. Chris Ross, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here and ready to watch Dan versus Groger time. Currently, we are expecting it to take approximately 6 hours. I definitely feel like Black Mage had the advantage here. This was something that Black Mage was much more capable of doing, taking out these monsters with ice, and so nothing to worry about their physical absorb. Betting on the Groger, I'm starting to bet on the Groger too. Dan has yet to break 2 points of damage. There we go, 14. That's a better roll. Hey there, Secret Final Boss. It's never too late to enjoy the spectacle of Dan. At this point, I just want to see if he can do it. It may not be a smart idea, but I want to see if he can do it. This will be a preview of our Astos fight, except Astos will only take 1 damage. It's not true. Sometimes Astos will get a critical on him, and then he'll take like 6. It's happening. Dan is happening. He suddenly found his groove here. Figured out which end of the hammer to hit the monsters with. That's really helped. That's really helped a lot. Turning the hammer around the other side. Alright, possibly developing finger cramp. We must hammer through the pain. Hammer through the pain. There we go. Groger's down. The Groger is down. You did not believe. Dan did not believe, and yet Dan did it. Yeah, I'd say ogres are probably the much better kill here. Ogres they're like a half Groger, so I think you can easily get 2 ogres down the time it took me to do that 1 Groger. And there's plenty of regular ogre fights hanging around. There we go. All right. 477, that's what, 79 and a half imps. Not bad. Not bad. I bet you've never seen that many imps in one place, other than we killed a Zombel. That was a whole bunch of imps. Okay, 1,000 more to go. Experience points, not imps. If we had 1,000 imps to go, I'd be sad. Uh-oh, the ogre puns are starting. King Booty is starting as well. Thank you, King Booty, for dropping by. And thank you very much for the good wishes there. Dan needs them. He needs them badly. The monster running entirely based on your lead character's level, yes. Well, lead character's level plus a random factor. So the higher level Dan is, the higher chance that monsters run, which will impact us later on. They'll come to a point where you're like level 45 or so, and a lot of the good fights that you want to be taking are actually going to run away from you. That'll make things tough to get to level 50, but it is certainly doable. Like, I'm not going to be too concerned. It's going to be bigger problems for level 50 for getting all of those last couple of level ups. All the strength points and, I guess the vitality points aren't as important then. Losing a vitality point, like, level 48 is only maybe 1 point of HP in the end. But you definitely want to get those strength points still, all the way up to 50. One Kaisaku down. 4 to go. At least these things are worth a lot of cash. We get 600 Kaisaku bucks for this battle. The same, well, slightly more than 3 ogres. Three ogres and 1 2/3 imps worth of cash. By the time that you finish watching this, you'll be able to make change in any of a variety of monsters. You won't be restricted to Agmas anymore. You will know all the fractional values. They're gonna be able to kill stuff before it runs once he hits the 40s, so I'm planning to do a lot of ideally things like vampires, guards, and chimeras, using the Mage Staff, Thor Hammer, and maybe the Black Shirt. So kind of that loop in Mirage Tower. And I think that most of those things will not run all that often. So I don't think it's going to be a big worry. And then Temple of Fiends, because you can't exit out, you actually can't grind there with the non-class changed one. We could class change then, be zero problems. For a variety of reasons. You get Fade, you get Exit. Damn, we get 35% cooler. Like, there would be a lot of improvements. Yeah, the Peds are going to be running away at like level 16 or so, but that is not a problem. Ped grinding is not going to be effective for Dan. Okay, Kaisaku's done. The 5-pack there got me 30% of that level. Another 50 imps worth of experience out of the way. I'll basically get as close as I can, once more, to our level up. Go back to the imps. So we can just power through the things as quickly as possible, trying to get the stats that we need. This one's going to be Vitality point plus also getting a good roll on the HP range. It's a guaranteed SIL, which is kind of a oddball one with a strong level up on top. Alright, what do we have from here? 390. Ah, 2 ogres is exactly enough experience to level up, which we don't want. We don't want the premature ogre level. So I guess we do Kaisaku's. take the boat back to Canary here. So we're 390 right now. This put me 300 away. Could either do 50 imps or I could do ogres. I should do ogres. I should probably do ogres. Okay, let's do more Kaizokus. Ooh. What if I just did more Kaizokus? 10 more Kaizokus. Easily. Easily fitting into Dan's diet plans. Need a do-ogre, we'll get plenty of those on level 10. I think the odds of our first try Savile going well are pretty low. Question is, would I take lost HP for the agility point? That's a rough call. And certainly we need the civil. SIVL minimum. We'll see what the HP range looks like. A plus V plus HP would be 1 in 96. So we're not going for that. But let's say you get a mediocre A plus V. So 1 in 16 pops up. Is it worth grabbing that? Agility point for some lost permanent HP. I don't think the agility point's as significant. I'm going to try for V plus either the best or second best HP roll. And Combo Breaker, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday here. Agility useful in boss battles. So the thing about agility is that you like to have enough that it gives you perfect evasion with only 2 ruses instead of 3. That really helps in boss battles a lot. And every point of agility is a very, very tiny amount towards your first strike percentage. Same as the luck points. Agility's like luck, but strictly better. Hey there, Retro Dude. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here and ready to enjoy some Fantasy Final Fantasy as well. Or just some solo White Mage. We'll get back to Fantasy Final Fantasy in a little bit. Season 5, still in planning for a while. I think Season 5, because I added so many features at the end of Season 4, I don't have as much work to do as I normally do in between seasons, but we are planning out a bunch of changes to bingos and flag settings and all that to try out for the first time. Clearly I didn't want the shark battle. But we can do it anyway and see what happens. It's like, I don't think I level up from this. Sharks are worth a lot of XP though, so it's a little bit worrying. Yeah, 264. And we had 390. We took 3 Kaizoku, so it should be 300. We took 3 imps, so it should be 282. So I think this fits. In fact, I think this is like the perfect amount exactly to need another 3 imps, which is the minimum that you can get for a fight, but keeping track of all of those is rough. And you really don't want to go over, because then you have to go back to that 390 mark again. Or wherever I last saved. We might have saved at 300. Yeah, 266, that's right. You lose some of the fractional XP normally. Which, why they didn't just give everything a multiple for and make things easier on everybody. Because Nasir, probably. 267! No, dang it, the level up. Alright, strength, intelligence, luck, can't take it. 267 was too much. Yeah, we only need 210 right now. Kaizoku's it is. Here you can enjoy the high-quality Kaisuku action. These guys, which actually, no, I can't take this one. Never mind. Why am I doing that fight? Now that I think about it, 5 is too many. I need 3 Kaisukus or fewer. Because there are 10 imps, not 5 imps each. We're looking at 184 here? Okay. I'll try and keep that number in mind, Shaywolf. We'll see if we ever get any 185s. Also too much. There we go. Just right. So then we're 5 imps away, which means I want either a 3 imp or a 4 imp battle to save on. If we get a 5 imp battle the first time, I'll try getting it. And then you can see if you get the level up or not. Try again for a 3 or 4 imp battle. Then once we're less than 19 XP away, then we're good to go. For giving the level up grind a go. For a good time. And allegedly we are looking for a 184 civil. We'll see if it can happen. I'd probably take a 183 civil. Maybe a 182, although that's pushing it. I'm willing to take a 182. That turns into a 1 in 8 chance, which, knowing Dan's luck, is approximately a 1 in 50. I've had a lot of alleged 1 in 8s and 1 in 16s that took considerably more time than claimed. One Kaisuku to go. What level do imps start running? We got a while. We have a while before that's a problem. By the time imps are running, we should be able to take Astos on. And technically, imps running is actually good for us, because then we get to do those battles faster. You get a minimum of 1 experience point if all the monsters are running away. Excellent. So put a 6 XP from the level up. Just imagine if all the imps ran away, and we had a 1-round level up fight every time. Easily saving 20 minutes per attempt. Let's look ahead as well. Level 11 after this. Ooh, guaranteed AIV. Which means we need the 1 in 4S. I don't really care about the luck point all that much. Yeah, 6 XP away. So I think after this one, level 11 will go really fast. Then we get to do level 12. Level 12 is another one we need a guaranteed strength and vit point, or a non-guaranteed strength and vit point, and it's a strong level on top. Black belt leveling to 20 to 50 an hour, yeah. Well, that's a thing the black belt can do, because he doesn't care about his stats. You can have a statistically terrible black belt and just punch everything into goo. Fighter didn't have to care. Red Mage didn't have to care, although probably should have cared like a little tiny bit. But you got away without doing it. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck. A 181 Savile. So that's 3 points down. This is very questionable. Would I take a better civil? Or do I just take the agility point for the 3 hit points? I'm gonna take it. It's not a great one, but I think it is worth doing. So, we took it. Let's head back to Provoca for getting level 11 set up here. A little less than 4,000 XP. And we'll keep grabbing some of the money fights along the way. Just the fact that it was a Savile was very attractive, even if we're missing the good rolls. Yeah, 12 is going to be a lot of resets. $12 is going to be one of the worst levels for a long time. So our next IL level after 12 is 18. Which getting level 12 might be a good goal for our stream today. See if we can get 2 more levels here. Probably wouldn't be quite enough to do Marsh Cave really effectively, but you'd have a chance at it. I don't know why Dan's trying to hit this hag. It doesn't make sense to me why he'd do this. When you get 2 attacks per round with the Iron Hammer, level 28. You got a while. Yeah, Silver Hammer's way faster. You wish we had the Silver Hammer for this. Makes me curious what our other options are like for the staves. If I can find one of them. 28 for Power Staff, so same as the Iron Hammer for accuracy. Power Staff's gonna have more critical hit rate by a lot than the Silver Hammer will, but probably not worth it from that level 22 to 27 range. I doubt you're really going to be using a lot of weapons in that range there. It says 23 for Silver Hammer, by the way. $20 for Heal Staff. Ooh, Heal Staff actually has slightly better criticals than... No, it doesn't. No, it does. Heal Staff does have slightly better criticals than the Power Staff. I think its attack power is worse, though. And that's all we get. Thor Hammer, level 13 White Wizard. That'd be a dream. And of course, the Mazmune. Level 10 would be 3 attacks. That's how much better the Mazmune is than everything else. Sadly, 4 attacks is your maximum for the White Mage with the Mazmune. Hey there, Venom, welcome in. Grind is brutal, well, the grind gives us a chance to reflect on the deeper parts of life and wonder why Dan is such a terrible, terrible white mage in the process. Big thing for doing something like this is just to not burn out by doing too many hours per day. So I'll do like 4 to 5 hours a stream. And then we can be nice and fresh for each session coming in. Alright, let's start our ogre grind here. I think we will not do the Grogers. We found out the Grogers were too slow to realistically put in, but we will get double ogre time on this one. Each ogre being 35 imps worth of experience. Just working our way up here, and with the Kaisaku cash on top of that. I'm not sure how much longer I need the Kaisaku cash, to be honest. Our money is pretty good right now for doing most of the shopping that I expect to be required for Marsh Cave. So we can probably start curtailing that a bit, and just focusing more on the XP fights. So maybe do the Geist check, see how many times that we get the Geist successfully killed off. Probably a 1 round kill or be killed try on it. And then do 3 ogre fights. And loop back around at that point. You can do longer ogre loops, but with the White Mage needing to recover spell slots so rapidly, I wouldn't want to go for more than 2 in a row. At least I don't think we have a 6 first tier spell slot yet. I believe we're still at 5 ruses. We had 6 ruses, then we could do 3 of them. There's our 2 ogres there. Oh, we do have 6. Alright, so I can do all 3 ogres in one go then. Even better. Significantly reduces my time spent going to the end. Oh yes, more double ogre time. Straight up one, just consider yourself lucky that you managed to escape that town. Just imagine how horrible things would be if you were still in Melmond today. I mean, first of all, you'd be entirely on fire. And second, probably surrounded by a gigantic pool of toxic waste. I make good points because my points are not from Melmond. Which sadly, at some point we are going to have to go to Melmond. Thankfully not today, but someday, possibly this weekend, Melmond will be in our future. Captain Vittles also in our future. Welcome in, Captain Vittles. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And ready to enjoy some White Mage hammering action, assuming Dan survives this. The criticals have not been kind so far in this ogre battle. Alright, there's one ogre down. Let's try to get some heals in there. Enough to survive another critical. Can we kidnap Dan from this run? I wish. Kidnapping will turn on during the interlude between seasons 4 and 5. I don't want to build up a big backlog right away. We'll have enough of the war mechs in the backlog as to keep me occupied. Just do all the Cure 2s. More efficient doing them now than outside of battle. Is there a Black Queen for our Ogre battle? No, but Dan is a person of lordly caliber. I think I'm gonna try to outspeed him. Thinking about maybe giving it a go, but you have two Ogre fights under our belt already. Don't want to lose the XP. Hey there, Severed Matrix. Yes, this will take a while. 5 hours a night, most likely, for a good solid 2 weeks is probably about what it's gonna be. Well, maybe like a week and a half. If it's 2 weeks and we're still going, then Dan has had some leveling accidents at some point. Alright, how are we looking at? Down to 415 or so imps. Maybe 425. Alright, so now we're gonna skip Kaizoku's. Give Geist a try. We get paralyzed, just give up. Skip our other Kaizoku here. Instead of gonna be Dragon Warrior 4, it's gonna be White Mage for the weekend. What I'll be doing is put Dragon Warrior 4, or I guess Dragon Quest 4, for the casual DS playthrough in the evenings after Final Fantasy. So like 4 or so hours of White Mages per night is probably about as much White Mage as anybody can stand. And we can do like an hour, hour and a half of DQ4 till that gets wrapped up. What I'd like to do at some point is pick up the Famicom version of Dragon Quest 4 and show out that it's different and see if we can actually get an interesting speedrun route for it. I mean, certainly there are Japanese runners that have done TQ4 Famicom, so I'm going to have a lot of good examples to draw from. But learning that from the knowledge I've already got with the NES route will be interesting to see what is reusable and what is different. What is my normal streaming schedule? It is 7 p.m. Pacific, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and 6 p.m. Pacific, Saturday and Sunday. Retro Dude. Usually I'll have my schedule posted on the front page of the channel down at the bottom. If you ever want to check out which days I'm off or which days I've got streams planned. Easy metal slime kills, yep. You also get to do the run glitch for bosses, which I think will reduce the danger of Necrosair. I'm not sure what other bosses that you can really use it on. Can probably run glitch Bakor, and maybe Balzac and Keelian. I don't know if it's faster to run glitch them, or do Sword of Lethargy. They're probably pretty similar in time. Most times they're easy to kill, so metal monsters on the Famicom version will be hit for 1 damage by the fairy water. So you can throw fairy waters, and assuming they don't run away, you get a guaranteed kill for metal slimes. Metal babbles, you'd be a little bit short. You need to get at least some luck that they stick around. Well, they could be 4 HP, but they're often gonna be 5. So I don't know if it's worth going after that. But yeah, basically the metal slime toss 3 fairy waters in Chapter 2. And so rather than killing Bray off, you just keep Alina, Bray, Custo alive, and if it doesn't run, then you get the kill. Instead of like the 20% chance that you'd have in the NES version. Fred Coughlin, thank you very much for that raid there. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day, Fred, and hope everybody coming over enjoyed the stream. And is about to enjoy a whole bunch of hammer time. We got a solo White Mage challenge going on right now. Currently trying to grind up so that we can start doing Marsh Cave. We have beaten the pirates, we got our boat, we've proven that Peninsula Power can be done with some difficulties. And we decided to do ogres instead. It is back to ogre time. Oh yeah, for Famicom version, I don't think it's a one-shot for Babbles. I want to say it's like, well, actually it might be. If it's 5 damage, it might be. I can't remember if it's 3 or 5 on Famicom. Yeah, DS is 1. So that one you have to do a bunch of hits on it. 4 to 5, okay. So that would be a guaranteed kill on most Babbles. King Medals would not be a kill without getting 2 of them. But it's still really good. King Medals are not until you get to the very end of Final Cave. I know doing the DS version I was taking advantage of that in Chapter 2, and it made Chapter 2 so easy. Just walking up there, toss a couple of fairy waters out, and Alina was ready to go in like 10 minutes. Famicom Space for Dragon Warrior 1 is a thing. Well, they didn't have as sophisticated of a cartridge type for the Dragon Quest game when it first came out. Dragon Warrior added a lot of stuff. So it added battery backup, which Dragon Quest 1 and 2 did not have. It added the ability to face different directions, because they didn't have enough graphics space in there to have more than one copy or a sprite. It's like DQ1 Famicom, you had to pick which direction to talk to people. All kinds of extra clunky stuff as a result. But it's because it's like several years earlier, much, much cheaper cartridges produced at that time. Alright, 1767. We got plenty of room here for XP on this trip. Maybe we'll get one Geist if we get lucky. Nope. Don't get the Geist. What is worse, solo White Mage or solo Thief? If there's ever a question about what is a bad thing in Final Fantasy, the answer is always Thief. It doesn't matter what else is in the question. Alright, maybe Melmond is an exception. But other than Melmond, and even then you might have to think about it a little bit. You might have to think a little bit. Our White Mage is still about 3 hours ahead of our Black Mage for progress, but the gap is closing. Black Mage getting Fire 2 and Lit 2 after being able to beat the pirates really equalizes things for a while, so I'm going to be interested to see if Black Mage will be faster to Astos than White Mage will. I think White Mage will still beat the time to Astos, but Black Mage may be completely caught up by the time we either do Lich or Ordeals. Alright, how much are we going to get on average for these trips out? So we have 4.5 ogres on average. Which is roughly 900 experience. Let's say you ignore the Geist factor. Ignore the Dan dying factor as well. Those cricklets are rough. There we go. First ogre down. So we probably have one more loop after this, and then we can start our level 11 grind. Level 11, if I don't care about the luck point, it's supposed to be a 1 in 4. You just need strength, guaranteed agility and vitality. It's not a strong level up, so a very non-complex one. I feel like that is probably one where we don't need to spend too much time obsessing over the full Savile. Go SAIV and save up for our time spent on level 12. That one will be a doozy. Level 12 is our next really, really tough one to get. After level 12, 13 is great. Just need a 1 in 4 agility. 14, ooh, 14's another tough one. 12 and 14 look pretty tough. 14 will be a guaranteed ale with a strong level up on top. So you gotta get an S and a V and hope that you get a reasonable roll on your strong level up on the V side of it. Still too early to really give up vitality points for strong level ups. At level 14, the trade-off would be vitality with the worst possible HP roll. Beats no vitality with the best possible HP roll by 4 permanent points still. This is a lot. Every hit point that you lose makes you feel extra bad when you're level 50. You will regret those deeply. Speaking of regrets, I'll have some regrets here if we don't get this ogre kill done. Oh, already a crit. Hey there, Max plus Pi. We need you to clench really hard for the next 6 minutes so that Dan may take down this double ogre formation without getting hit again. You can drink a whole bunch of heal potions, but I'm not thrilled with that when you have 2% per round. We're down to 1%. We get the top ogre down. Then I'll feel better. Dan does not want me to feel better. Dan enjoys my suffering. No! Lost it. Oh well, there goes 600 experience. That's 100 imps worth of XP we lost. What's the chance of taking down a single Zombo on Peninsula Power? Experimentally, it was approximately 15 minutes of work to take a Zombo down. Alright, Shay Wolf, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. Hope you enjoyed tonight's show. The problem with Peninsula Power is it took forever to get a single Zombo. We had a whole bunch of triple and quadruple Zombos. It was glorious if you actually had means to kill those things. But Dan lacks those means. He couldn't even kill the double giants. Which honestly, I was a little bit surprised the double giants weren't working out, but that it was mostly due to Dan's really poor accuracy score. Even these ogres are dodging a lot because we just don't have very good accuracy, and that's going to be true forever on White Mage. 1% accuracy per level, no bonuses on your weapons. You're really stuck for a long time with the bare minimums in terms of hit rate. The Masvian is indeed a pretty good White Mage weapon. I will agree with that. But it would take us a while to get the Masvian and then come back to Peninsula Power afterwards. Lack of travel spells is one of the things that really hinders you. I think it's not as big of a deal as the lack of Cure 4 or Fade would be. Having the Masvian significantly simplifies like the Fiend fights. You could go into Temple of Fiends with the Masvian. Well, go into Temple of Fiends, kill everything on the way down. Just very dangerous. Get the Masvian, exit back out, and then you have the Masvian to kill the Fiends much more easily. And that makes it so that you can do runs against Chaos pretty quickly. But because of the lack of travel spells, you can't do that strategy. And that turns into really a war of attrition on the way down, meaning you have to deal with the purple worms and dealing with the fiends when any one of those things could be very much fatal. Alright, solo ogre. One more ogre battle to go after this, and then we'll be into our final ogre loop, most likely. Gotta make sure that we don't ogre grind our upcoming level 11 here. But the next Final Fantasy game is returning to its fantasy roots. They do have a lot of science fiction in every Final Fantasy. So 15 wasn't that extraordinary in terms of taking a non-knights and magic type of direction. Like, there's still a lot of high fantasy in Final Fantasy 15. Like, consider this game, the very first one in the series. You've got robots and flying airships and flying castles. There's plenty of stuff that people claim is a modern Final Fantasy creation when it's really been there the entire time. Nice, first strike, saves me a little bit of damage on this first round. Hopefully we won't get any damage going in so that we can take even more criticals on the ogres afterwards. 138 and a Cure 2. Should be enough to take 2 down. Say should because Dan is a master at failure. Well, really kind of the storyline is that 2,000 years ago, the entire planet was way more well-developed. Like, the towns were nicer, there certainly weren't any Melmons. You had Lufanians with all their technology running around. And then the Fiends came in and they destroyed that civilization. So, what you see in the game for almost the entirety of Final Fantasy I is the result of a planet that's been run into the ground for 2,000 years. So I think it's more that they're doing like a plot twist, and not that they're trying to put it in as a late game thing. Like, that is like the backstory of the universe and how you got here, in its construction overall. And they reuse those themes a lot for the later ones about lost technology and things that have fallen out of the consciousness of people as part of the overall storyline of explaining why certain things are not available or accessible in the game as you're playing them. They do that in Final Fantasy 2 and 4 and probably to some extent in 5. 6, you've got the War of the Magi that's happened before. 7, you're living in the high-tech era at that point, but it's clearly on the way down. And the end game of 7, is the post-game of 7, implying that after the meteor hits and then the planet gets reset, they're basically in that era of the post-technology civilization. Alright, 558, we're getting close. Might be able to do this with aquatics on our way over to Canary here. There's 240 of it. Is there going to be more or less Melmons in 2,000 years? We can only hope that the Melmon trend goes in the right direction. Dan is doing his best to ensure that the world is safe from Melmons in futures to come. Even Kaisuke's slipping in a critical hit. These roost spells are just too good. Other than criticals, you're not going to get damaged by monsters, so you're relatively safe. Total up, and that's the big White Mage advantage, is that you can really fight over your head, assuming that you can buff yourself and lock down the enemies enough. But it just takes time. Much, much more time than the Black Mage does. Black Mage is, in comparison for the solo run of that, the extreme opposite, where you have absolutely no defenses, but you hope to kill things fast enough that you don't die in the process too many times. Almost to our final Kaisuke here. I think we still have enough room that if we could get a 5 Kaisuke fight, we'd be totally good for XP. We can take sharks. 267, those are also good. Yeah, 318. Both of those fit. 300 for the 5 Kaisuke would actually be perfect. 5 Kaisukus and then minimum number of imps would be enough to get the level ups done. Sags in the hand, sags are terrible. Nobody likes a hag. Alright, so next up, Kaisuke battle, we are looking for 5. We don't get 5, we might skip to the shark fight. We'll get close to 5. Like, I take a 4 most likely. Do the rest on the raw imps. I'll take the 4. I'll take the 4. Can't go back on my word now. Does mean that we will need 10 imps to get set up. 10 to 12 imps would be perfect. Which is easily within our capabilities. Just hammer away, and they should fall down. I think looking at my cache, I can start doing the preparation for Marsh Cave. It's unclear if we want to Marsh Cave right away. At level 11 here, we wouldn't have fully developed our ability to run. And so it's going to make some Marsh Cave battles go slower. And those are particularly dangerous. Things like the crawls in there. Having to deal with the chance of paralysis. Very, very sketchy to have that on the way back out after doing the wizard battle. But I think definitely kind of a consideration is when do we start wanting to give those Marsh Cave attempts a start? We basically have to get in. Ideally hope that we have only 2 wizards, because getting those ruses up will take a while. And so you don't want to get beaten down in the process. I'm expecting probably like 60 to 80 damage per hit by the wizards, which means we can survive at least 1 round guaranteed, but 2 rounds is going to be very, very tough. And that's with minimum wizard quantities. If you got 4 wizards, you could very easily run into some serious problems in a hurry. Hey there, Wells. Welcome back. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here and ready to enjoy some of our solo White Mage challenge, which we have 78 XP to go. That is 13 imps worth of experience. Let's grab that here before we go back into town. Could maybe get some slightly bigger monsters. Wolf here, a very fast kill for multiple imps. So now we got 54 to go. 9 imps left. 4 imps after this, alright. So this is where it makes it a little bit tough. We only want a 3 imp battle, so I'm going to have to save up once we do this imp fight, so that we don't accidentally over-level. We get a 3 imp fight that I can go and lock that into place. Otherwise, we will have a 2 in 3 chance getting our level up started. Reminder, at level 11, AIV guaranteed. We need the 1 in 4 strength point. I am probably willing to give up the 1 in 4 luck point. So just go for the straight 1 in 4 SAIV. No worries about hit point totals. And then we can do the real tough one, which is level 12. Okay. Imp prep done. Let's get another first try on our level up. What is that thing? That is one of your main characters from the game Astal for the Sega Saturn, unleashing a primal scream. Alright, first try here. Okay, we will take an SAIV. We'd love the full Savills, but SAIV good enough for right now. Really enjoyed the Astral Speed. It's been a while, but that was a very fun game. I mean, it's just like such a beautiful use of the Sega Saturn. There's a couple points where you can tell the console really can't keep up with the detailed artwork. But like that's the last generation of super high quality 2D sprites for a very long time. Even Sega Saturn games, to some extent, started moving to 3D, which the console cannot do at all. Just an absolute disaster at it. And then all the PlayStation systems, Xbox, N64 era, all went to the 3D polygon look. And that killed off 2D games for a long time. Just that one bad platform. There was one level. Because they were basically all platforming levels. But yeah, the ice caves. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality. We're taking it. We're taking it. Level 11's done. Let me go ahead and start doing some of my shopping here. So if you get, say, 10 tenths. There's 5. 3 to go. 2. 1. And done. Let's get, 10 pure potions as well. I might need more than that, but hopefully 10's enough. Let's get 20. We'll splurge. 5 down. $10 down. $15. And 20. How much is a barrel of mustache wax? It must be sold out because it's not in the inventory here that he's got. I think those are the individual heal potions. That's why it takes so long to buy one. You gotta wrap up an entire barrel and put it into Dan's backpack each time. Question, do I want to go for level 12 or do I want to go for Marsh Cave a crack? It'd probably be tough to get Astos tonight, even if we did Marsh Cave right away. Astos is, on a successful fight, going to be like 20 minutes long. It is going to be an absolute grueling hammerfest. We're just going to get him muted, we're going to get rused, and then we're going to hit him with a hammer for like 200 turns. Possibly more. Yeah, the mute's a quick reset if you don't get it. You're saved right outside. Just try again, but once you're actually muted and rused, then you have so long in that battle. Like, even the 4 White Mages was solid like 15 or 20 minutes to do that fight. I think it's probably better to get level 12 tonight. That way we are fresh for Marsh Cave and Astos in the morning. Level 13 actually is not too tough either. That could be a good idea. Get levels 12 and 13 and then do Marsh Cave then. That's very close to being perfect on your run luck. 15's about where you see that happen. So 13 would be very decent overall. for getting that to show up. What's level 28? That's when you get a second attack with the Iron Hammer. You'd get to do probably more damage before level 28. Remember, all your criticals are going to be improved by your base attack power by a lot. So when you get a critical at level 13, it's going to be very different than a critical at level 23. Alright, how well did we do on our item shopping? 82. Pretty decent chunk of the way there. For our level up, we have 4,700 to go. So now we're getting into like the 800 imp range. Ooh, tough call. Is it worth even giving Marsh Cave a crack right now? We've got 186 health. Certainly enough roosters to get the job done. Got all the spells we want. Got all the spells that'll help. There would certainly be other spells that I would want, but I do not have access to them. I seem to be noticing that my R on my D-pad is not as healthy as it was when I started doing this. This controller might be being crushed by this little adventure here. Try Marsh Cave a couple times today. We can do that. We'll give Marsh Cave a couple tries. We're going to do Dragon Quest IV in a little bit anyway, so I don't have to worry about being stuck here for hours. If we get to do Marsh Cave tonight, it'll be a celebration. We got Astos for tomorrow then. Hopefully Astos will not level us up. Let's check to see what he gives us for XP. 2250. Ooh, we might have to get a level done after Wizards so that Astos doesn't put us over the top. Like, this is 390. It's not too bad. The Wizards are going to be like 600 to 800 probably. I think we might be okay. I think we might be fine for Astos. I'll make sure I double check that before we actually go up there. It'd be a real shame to do the Astos grind and then realize that you were leveling up from the fight and not being able to take the level. $600 to $800 Bad Road. The Wizards are like gonna be a little bit better than Ogres for experience. These guys are 195. Ogre's like 390. And Wizards are in that ballpark as well. Wizards are like very undervalued compared to how tough they are. Those things should be worth like 1 billion experience points in a speedrun. Okay, battle number 4. I'm probably gonna get to the Marsh Cave too late. It's okay. Let's fix up what our encounters are when we get there. Hey there, E-Ninja, welcome in. I'm gonna give some attempts to the Marsh Cave. I don't know if this is the smart play yet, but it's either this or do more leveling. Okay, so we got that ogre fight done. So we're steps behind where I want to be. All saved up. I think rather than being behind, we'll skip encounters. Skipping encounters is reasonably quick to do. Okay, there's one. We can also skip some tiles of walking. 2. 3. 4. 5. Tough one here is going to be avoiding those crawl fights. It's definitely possible. I know we found a way through when I did Black Mage. And it might actually be going in earlier, so I can take a couple fights to skip on 3rd floor. There goes Muck. Yeah, we have to do an Arbo and Crawl fight coming up, so basically it's a do we outspeed the Crawl or not for this next battle. So on the way down is not a big deal. On the way up, it's more of a concern. Nope. Alright, so what if we went in earlier? Let's see what these battles are like. So we got Zombie Ghoul, which is actually a pretty bad fight. This one I might need to skip as well. So going in like 2 encounters. Because the ghouls have stun touch. Like that. Then this one would be going in with Scum, Poisonous Party Mix. So like, these would be fine for a little bit. Can see where this takes us in the cave overall. Hey there, Simply Jeff. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday here and ready to enjoy some solo White Mage and probably also some Dragon Quest IV a little bit. Alright, Poisonous Party Mix after this. So a little bit of an ambush chance. A lot of ambush chance, but that is doable. That is as much mix as I could stand. Cannot get any more mixed up than that. Of course, Dan can't run. Of course. It should be like a 90% chance of running. Might only be 80%. Maybe I'm overestimating what you got at level 11. But very concerning, seeing this result here. Yeah, Dan's gonna die from the Poisonous Party Mix, and this is not the hard fight. Alright, that is very worrying. Probably looking at this now is not a great idea. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Give this one go. Dan still can't run. That's 5 in a row he's failed. Like, that's got to be way outside of the normal range for this level. Not that we've done a ton of running on the grind section, because most of those encounters you actually want to take. Hello, Bat. Bat is hanging out, admiring the scenery, admiring the perfection of this poisonous party mix. Exactly one: arachnid, spider, scum, and muck, the perfect balance of delicate flavors. Hey there, cats and snacks. Alright, so now we got gargoyles coming up, and gargoyles are very dangerous. Scorpions even worse. Because White Mage is very susceptible to monsters that have multiple attacks per round. And here we go. First wizard try is 2 wizards. Good start. How badly do we get beaten up? Both of them outspeed Dan. That's really bad. That is really bad for the start. Double ruse. Don't know what our critical hit likelihood really is. I think it's like 4% around, which is very scary. I'll try to stay over 100 here. 2 damage. Alright. This might take a while. We have just barely damaged broken wizards, and we definitely want to get some levels. Accuracy I can't do anything about. $10, okay, so he's a little bit more than barely damage breaking him. But a few levels would be very healthy here. It's kind of like the giants, except a very, very long walk to get each giant. Damn, the misses! The misses! This has plagued us for a long time. Alright, 1 damage. 1 damage, Dan. 4. You're doing 4 times better already. How much would the extra point strength get us? About 1.5 points of damage on average per level up. Assuming you hit. Hitting would also slightly improve. Alright, Kane, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. Power Staff will probably not be as good as the Silver Hammer, to be honest. Silver Hammer at least has some accuracy bonuses on it. Power Staff would be a bigger base attack power, at least. And more critical hits. Where's the Silver Hammer? It is in a chest in Elf Castle. You can also buy them in Crescent Lake. So you need to beat Astos to get a Silver Hammer. It says you only got 1 White Mage. No point paying for it. Alright, this is definitely harder than the Black Mage was. Black Mage with Lit 2 might not have survived a lot of attempts, but the fight was over really fast. There we go, 1 wizard down. 1 wizard has been defeated. And we have to walk back out, so don't celebrate upon victory. You must clench with all your might if we win. Clench non-stop. So we're like 75% of the way done with this wizard. He is mostly cooked. There we go. Remember, do not unclench. Continue clenching. Dan cannot run. Not a good start. Gotta do it this time. Dan! Dead! Didn't even get a try. Dan, you're so terrible. You are so terrible. Alright, where would this have left us? Probably 2 fights. Oh, then we have that big pile of crawls to get past. Yeah, that one really doesn't have a great spot to do that in. You have to do those. Still on the bottom floor. Yeah, I'm remembering this stretch. So you get like another 10 battles of survival in there. I don't think Dan's running is good enough to do that. So let's go back to town. We need to get more levels. His running needs to be almost as close to 100% as we can get it. If we could be running successfully, then I think we could do that. Tie-Dye, thank you very much for the host there. Hope you had a lovely time before this end. Hope you're ready to enjoy a little bit more of our solo White Mage challenge, and also probably some Dragon Warrior 4 coming soon. But clearly we can beat the wizards. We have the ability to beat wizards at our current level. It is the other monsters in Marsh Cave that's the problem. Specifically the running. Because we can survive 1 round against most things in there. Maybe not scorpions. That might be the one exception, but I feel like those are going to be in small enough quantities that we can probably ignore that slight factor in there. Yeah, out here Dan runs fine. He runs fine when unconfined by the marshy depths. So might as well just go back to Conaria. Or maybe Provoca. Maybe we'll go back to Provoca. That's our good spot for doing a lot of the leveling here. So we're going to need to get 4,000 for our next level up. And it will be a tough one. Level 12 does not have any gimme points. I need both a strength and a vitality score. There's a strong level up on top of that to worry about. So it's definitely going to be a rough level. 13 though, basically free. 1 in 4 agility point, then you're good to go. So I think that the way this could work out is 2 more levels. We'll see what impact that has to Dan's running ability. Should certainly get us very, very close to the guaranteed runs. Still probably short by a little bit. But 2 levels may make enough of a difference there to put us over the top for being able to escape. What's our best leveling pattern? We still probably don't want to do Peninsula Power. The walk there is really long, and getting the fights that we need at Peninsula Power take a long, long time as well. That was the biggest disappointment, was that formation luck was not with us in getting the double zombles. Even 1 zomble would have been good. If you could get that a couple times, you're basically set for XP. This one I think still makes sense to do the ogre grind on. Like sharks probably take more time than an ogre does, and you're guaranteed to only get 1, and they're only 30% more experience. Like these make sense on the way back, but don't make sense to continue fishing out. Also because sharks are not fish, unlike agamas, which are a true type of fish. Almost got this shark down. Shark wrestling. One of Dan's favorite pastimes and hobbies. He's not very good at it, but that has not stopped him from doing anything in the past before. There we go. So 2 sharks, a little bit less than 3 ogres worth of experience there. We'll go back into our full ogre grind. I can get, on average, 4.5 ogres per loop. Sometimes getting a Geist fight as well, which is like 1 additional ogre if we get lucky. The only downside is a bunch of setup here to get the earlier fights burned off. There's our Kaizokus, we don't need those anymore. Let's try the Geists. It's either hit him or die. Dan hits him. So we do get the free ogre right there. Okay, a little bit more than ogre. Almost as much as a shark. I wonder if tenting is actually better. Like, you're guaranteed to have it with no damage, basically. I guess you'd lose your cure 2 for the ogre fights, which could make a small difference. Alright, and let's get into our ogre grind. We need 3,500, which is about 4 ogre loops. Number 1, starting now. But really started back at the Geists. We'll count the Geist as the official ogre grind beginning. These will also be a good test to see how much improvement we get over those 2 levels. Again, it should be 3 extra damage per round that we hit, and a slightly better chance of hitting on top of that when we go back to do the wizards next time. And it doesn't sound like very much, but when you consider that we're doing on average like maybe 7 or 8 damage for each successful hit, that's like a kind of an optimistic assumption. I think it was lower since we had a lot of 1s and 2s. Then you're talking about like a 50% increase in your damage output from just those 2 levels. White mages curl up like bananas when they die. They're forming their inner burrito selves. It is a display of dominance over the land, the ground, and indication of desire for burritos. Alright, those are getting really easy to do. So very few worries on the ogre fights. Mostly problems with those criticals, but that's going to be a problem no matter what you're fighting. And looks like it's double ogre time again. Can I take down 2 zombies? Probably. A single zombie was not too difficult. It's really about the order of the turns in that fight, because you have to get the ruse off early enough that you're not going to be taking 2 shots in round 1, and then potentially another 2 shots in round 2. Like, you have a very slim chance of surviving 4 hits. But I'd say pretty likely you'd be able to do 2, because damage output wise, you're harming them, and doesn't matter how many there are, you get to do AoE damage to all of the monsters in that case. What you can't really do would be like a zombie troll mix, and there's 2 factors there. One is that the more zombies you have, the harder it gets, and the other is that the fewer zombies you have, the more trolls you get. And in theory, it's a 1 in 12 to get a solo zombie, no trolls. And another 1 in 12 to get 2 zombies, no trolls. So 1 in 6 to get an acceptable battle. But we probably did like 15 or 20 battles to find 1 acceptable one. So we're just getting really bad luck with the formation luck. You don't know if that's like just always going to be like that. Maybe there is some weird imbalance in the combinations, or if we just got a cold streak. We have to walk there and back, so it's a long trip. Soon, though. Soon, I think it will be better to have Peninsula Power than to do the ogre grinds. Alright, so that was 1,000 experience, so basically still on pace for what we kind of expect to see for an ogre loop there. Got extra Geist, even though we had 1 fewer ogres, or half fewer ogres than average. Alright, didn't get the Geist that time. That Geist actually might be a really nice fight, because it's just such a fast one. You pop in there, you're going to see right away whether you're going to win or not. Does Dan get the harm 2 off before he's paralyzed? Whereas these ogres are more consistent by a lot, but way, way slower in killing them. One more ogre time. Should take us down to 2,500 XP to go, which is 12.5 ogres. Could always retry doing the Grogers. We only got one level up though since we tried the Groger, and it was such a slow battle. The Groger only being worth about 2 regular ogres is a very tough sell for being like 4 times as long to take out. Even with the extra setup work to reset the loops here. I don't think it pays off. Alright, 1 ogre down. Next ogre battle up. You didn't have a way to manipulate these. It's significantly more frustrating to do grinding in this part of the world. There's so many undead monsters that paralyze you, poisonous monsters that eat up a ton of cash from the pure potions. A lot of the speedrun technology that was found for encounter manipulation really comes in handy for these challenge runs as well. It's like I hate to have to do this with not being able to really control the encounters, since not just like the grinds, but also a lot of the dungeons are really significantly improved by having either known safe fights or safer fights than the alternatives. Like trying to find a path through there without the crawls showing up is... I remember something that was really big for the Black Mage approach in there. But pretty much all the character classes have appreciated not having the crawls. Which unfortunately means spending a long time on that 3rd floor post-Wizards. Should have top ogre down pretty soon. He's got one more decent sized hit to go. Then we can switch our attention down to bottom ogre and call this a relatively successful ogre grind. Got a minimum of 4, maximum of 5, so still dead on the average for what we'd expect per loop here. I think that means 2 more full loops, and then we're basically ready to go for the imp luck again. Alright. That pair of ogres was pretty good. Get all healed up. Those extra Cure 2s really coming in handy. I'm glad I got the Cure 2 and the Harm 2 at the same time. I was debating about going to Elfland a little bit earlier, just picking up the Harm 2 and the Copper Bracelet, since those are like the most important things for Peninsula Power. But after we found the Peninsula Power was not going to be overly efficient, I was extremely pleased that we didn't have to do a second trip down to Elfland, saving a lot of walking and sailing. Oh, the sailing. $51 damage halfway through top ogre. 67. $82. terminated. All right, bottom ogre time. 17. There's actually some really good rolls in this sequence. Very few misses on top of that, which is nice. 28. 39. 60. 70. 84. 98. One more hit will do it. And got him. Do I expect to see 2 hits from a White Mage ever? Level 23 with the Silver Hammer. Level 28 if we want to stick with this Iron Hammer, but we are going to swap out the Silver as soon as we beat Astos. And that is it until you get the Mazmoon. Mazmoon will give you 4 hits. But everything else for White Mage caps out at 2. It's a rough one for physical attacks. I mean, White Mage is pretty rough for everything, but especially physicals. Black Mage's slight advantage was that they got to use knives, which do have a decent-sized accuracy bonus, even though it comes at the expense of their base damage total. So they were a lot more consistent with hitting things, but for lower amounts. And they got fast, which was nice. Fast is one of the things which I'm not sure what to do without for the late game. You don't use a lot of physical attacks in the late game, but the ones that matter, Tiamat 2 and Chaos, those are going to be big. Alright, any problems of overleveling? No. Max Ogres would still be okay. Essentially need to have 9 more Ogre kills. This will be 2 of them. Dang, getting tagged by those guys. Ogres have probably as bad of an accuracy score as we do right now. Seems they might be slightly better. But they definitely do not hit with a lot of consistency, which is part of the reason why, even with 1 ruse, you're actually in pretty good shape for dodging these things. Alright, 50 damage, halfway down on top ogre. 67. 83. And still 83. 97. One more hit to go. Top ogre done. On to bottom ogre. 18. 37. 51. Getting halfway through. Still 51. 57. It's the slowest hit in a long time. Alright, clearly not a good part of the RNG table right here. Still 57. 73. 85. 1 to 2 hits left. And got him. Alright, so 7 more ogres to go. We know as a minimum of this loop plus a little bit more. Be 5 after this. So far, a really good ogre loop. Alright, Evan, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. Hope you enjoyed tonight's show. We'll be back on the weekend for more of our White Mage solo challenge. decided not to do a Thanksgiving stream because it seemed like a lot of people were going to be away from their computers and unable to watch Twitch for it. Gotta do my Thanksgiving Eve. I'll probably do a Christmas Eve stream as well. That may, in fact, be some virtual highlight. I can't promise anything specific because it is illegal to promise people virtual highlight. But there's always a chance. The opportunity here to have 2 Thanksgivings. Think about it, twice the thankfulness. And 4 times the givings. $22 on bottom ogre. 34. $56. Still 56, Dan. There we go. Good critical right there. Alright, so 5 ogres left. Get another double, then we will have guaranteed our ogre counts. Could actually be problematic if we get too many ogres. Yep, so that'll be 3 ogres after this. I think Virtual Highlight will be fun to bring back. I've been doing it for a couple of years now. A holiday Virtual Highlight stream. Get to play some randomized Virtual Highlight seeds. Because all Virtual Highlight is randomized. It invented the randomization concept. There's not a single game before that that even thought of the idea of sticking a vampire bat in the middle of nowhere and calling it an objective. Do I do the solo challenges in a bio now? The reason I don't is because I only consider the singles sitting ones to be actually timed. These are just more for fun for me to track how long I've been going. Hey there, Sam. This is indeed painful, but not as painful as the wizards were. We were able to get the crown, but not escape from Marsh Cave, so we should be able to grab the crown and do Astos within 2 levels. 2 levels is kind of like a safety thing. Like, if we were persistent, we could do it at our current level, but it would be certainly a lot more work than if we had an easier time running from monsters. To do other Highlight games, I did do the Famicom version of Highlight. How long will a solo thief challenge take? I mean, I'm estimating 100 hours for it at least. So that would be at minimum a month for me. And that's the big reason why I don't think I'd ever do a solo thief challenge, is getting enough continuity in terms of being able to work on it. Knowing that it's basically like this, except worse. Because you have to do this until you're like level 34. As opposed to White Mage, which only does it like level 13. Really, your only advantage is that Thief has a lot more good stat-up guarantees. So it's not as painful of a time getting some of the level-ups done. Solo Thief is, well, thieves are worse than anybody. So you can use that information for any comparison between Thief and anything else. Now, the Thief is probably not the good alternative. Alright, so we're looking for 3 ogres? Yeah, 3 ogres here. That'd put me about 8 imps away from the level up, so we can get that cleaned up. But I considered it a pretty good accomplishment, getting as many level ups as we did. Why was that not ogres? Did I not skip one? I might not have skipped one after the Kaizokus. There we go. Ogres are back. So now we're looking for a double after this. If I get a single, I can take a shark battle along the way. That should be okay. No, it shouldn't be. I think it might not be okay. I can check. How would Solo Thief do with the randomizer? Will certainly be a lot faster in the randomizer. It'd be very inconvenient not being able to see your level ups, because those are kind of important. So, pretty painful doing the grind for it, but the fact that you get XP much faster in the randomizer typically, you have all the quality of life fixes, like those are things which will dramatically speed up the general gameplay. Assuming that you didn't do any actual randomization. Yeah, just walking faster is really nice. That makes a big difference for getting encounters. Okay, 4:35 to go. I don't want that. I just want the last creep fight. Last ogre fight. No creeps. Ready to press B to walk fast. Yeah, I'm glad they flipped that. Originally, you had to hold a button down to dash, which means you're holding a button down for an hour and a half while playing the game. Still gonna hold a button down for an hour and a half to beat Astos with a hammer. This is totally more fun. Alright, so this is our final set of ogres here for getting set up for level 12. Level 12 is a beast of a level. IL strong level up. So we need S, we need V, we probably have to give up on A. And we would take V with a bad HP up over a non-V with a good HP up still. It's a long time before the vitality points are something you can sacrifice. You get to be, I think, in like the mid-20s before you even break even, giving up a vitality point. And probably into the 30s before commonly the vitality point is the less good alternative. Last ogre prior to level 12. And then Dan will just be ill all over the place. At least I've got level 13 to look forward to. That one will be the easy one. Our easiest level up in a long time. Not since level 7 have we gotten a guaranteed strength and vitality point together. Okay. Ogres are done. Let's in up and head back to Canaria. I intend to basically set up, give it one try, and do Dragon Quest IV after that. Be about time. I think we're roughly 4.5 hours into our playthrough today. It's about what I want to do for a typical White Mage chunk. 4 to 4.5 hours seems like a reasonable amount. Maybe get some Dragon Quest IV afterwards to cool down. Alright, for imps we need to have 5 imps. We got 3 imps after this. That would be under the total. So 4 or 5 pack of imps we can try and get the level up on. 3 imps we can in up again and get ready for the attempts at that point. So this will be 24, yeah. We'll have 21 experience left to go. And here we are, possibly our first crack at level 12. And nice, we pretty much built up all the money again that we spent in the Marsh Cave preparation, so I'll be more or less maxed out my consumable items the next Marsh Cave trip we have. Alright, here's the deal. I will keep trying until I get the level up or until I get the 3-imp battle. Just supposedly a 1 in 3 chance. But going with our previous luck could be as infrequent as 1 in 6 billion. Our first crack at level 12 is a 213 S-A-I-L. Oh. I mean, I can't take it. There's no V. 213, though. That's plus 27. That seems like a really good roll. We might end up regretting not taking the 213 sale. That could be a very, very good one in the scheme of things. Good if we cave. We have no idea if a civil is possible, though. We hope a civil is possible with a good HP up. But let's see what we get here. 216 IL. Alright, I would regret it the 213 now. 213 of regret. 216 we know is now possible. So worst case, the range is like 211 to 216. Now that I know 213 is pretty far down from the top, taking that plus a sale doesn't make sense. Alright, this time we get. Up next, 215 ill. 216 still showing as our best roll. I mean, it's plus 30, which seems like it's a reasonable likelihood of being as good as we can get for HP on this one. If you start with 10 vitality, at this point you'd have 20, because we missed 1 vitality point. So that should be plus 5, 25, plus 1. So yeah, either 216 or 217 is as good as it's got for it. But again, we'll give plenty of opportunities for the civil to show up. We'll give it the full Savile treatment. Could we have the Savile of dreams? Or at least the civil of mild disappointment. $216 ill. I think seeing the critical hit's a bad sign because it means that you're losing out on one of the good level up rolls. You don't need a critical hit to get a good roll on the level up. It's a 25% chance of getting the stat point, but the critical hit is one of the ones in that 25%. And they come in kind of blocks since it's just following the RNG table in order. So if you have just come past a hit, then you know that of your next couple of pulls, it's more likely for the upcoming ones to have misses. I am Bloodshed, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and the dance, of which we have had many in recent days, and I hope you enjoy many more of these in the future to come. Thanks again. 215 ill. Have yet to found a 3-imp group, which means that we keep going. First 3-imp group, we will go and do Dragon Quest IV. Thank you very much, I am Bloodshed. Again, hope you're having a wonderful time here tonight. The scary thing will be when the imps start running. Even though that works for me, because it'll make the battles faster. But it'll be a sign that we are way past the point in the game where you're supposed to be doing fights like this. Around like level 14 or maybe like 16 is when you'll first see them do it. I know like the spiders and things run at level 18 pretty commonly. This one runs at 215 and ill. Definitely seen that one a couple times now. I'll have to do more delay in my inputs. Try and find new and unexplored parts of the RNG table. This is our first 4-imp battle, so I know we're at least starting differently. Dan is extremely sick, that is true. Vita biting hat. Dan has many diseases, probably all of them related to Melmond in some way. In fact, I'm almost positive that Melmond invented the concept of disease. Dan invented the concept of failure, and this time he's failing with a 214 ill. Gotta keep going though, till that 3-imp fight happens. There we go, last one. Do they celebrate Thanksgiving in Melmond? I'm not sure if they really have holidays in Melmond. Sounds like something they would have outlawed many years ago. Alright, so now we're perfectly set up. Anything from this point on will be our level up try for it, which means we're going to go ahead and pause here for our White Mage playthrough for the night. And switch on over